Yes. All right. Now to go into the channel, see if folks can hear me. Can you hear my face? My face is making noise. I'm looking down here to see. So don't give me any grief, okay? This is pretty difficult. I had exactly 1 hour to bail out of Firststream and try YouTube. Now, YouTube's giving me this little error message up here. It's saying, oh, stream resumed. Well, thank you for frickin' resuming my stream. I'm not the guy that stopped it. YouTube did, because YouTube doesn't like me. All right, we do apologize for the technical difficulties, and I'm going to make the presumption everybody can still hear me, and I'm not echoing or any crap like that. Let's get back to this chat here so I can watch people complain and bitch and moan. Anyway, I hadn't heard anything from Jack Tail, who runs Firststream for some time, and I sent him an email, and I said, dude, you still around? And he sent back, no. Okay, and if you go to the help files on Firststream, it basically says, you know, Jack Tail is dead. Nobody's going to get any more accounts. I think he got mad at something. But Firststream is no longer being administered by anybody, near as I can tell. And considering that the whole chat was down for the day, we bailed over to YouTube. Now, I've used YouTube once before, and those of you who remember that Winestream will remember that, well, that particular stream came about by accident. Toother, Auntie Griffin, and I were just poking at stuff on the frickin' keyboard and had really no idea what we were doing. But here we are, and we are streaming. So I want to thank you all for your patience. I can still see people talking and saying stuff here and all that. Now, I imagine there's quite a lag on this. I'm looking over here. There's a huge amount of lag, but we'll have to deal. Anyway, this is December. It's December 2016, and as it is December, this is the season where ordinarily, sane and well-dressed people are allowed to wear ridiculous hats like this here. Something about being festive and all that. The festivity really is it's kind of universal. Everybody likes to wear these stupid hats. If you don't believe me, you can ask Stocking Wolf here. That's Stocking Wolf. Or you can ask Santa Fulu. He likes to wear his hat there as well. Okay. So since this is a wine stream, I have some lovely wine for this evening. I was going to make my own, but I got an email from one of my German friends telling me, no, that's actually not correct. I was going to make some Glühwein, which I thought you made just by putting glue in wine, but apparently there's more to it than that. So I was sent this very, very lengthy recipe with spices and pieces of fruit and this and that and everything. And I said, okay, how about I just go buy some instead? So I've got some lovely traditional German Glühwein here. This is actually a Tani Darial's secret family recipe bought at the store Glühwein. What is Glühwein, you might ask? It is a German tradition. At the winter time, the Germans like to drink their wine warm. They'll heat it up, and then they'll put spices in it, mulled wine, they call it, and it's very, very good. Now, I had thought during the show, I could like pour this into a pot on the stove and heat it up, but then I'd be running back and forth with some of this in me to a stove that's on, and I got these lights set up here, and I'd probably trip over them, and it would be comical if nothing else. So I went to some 21st century technology, and I got myself this lovely thermos here. I've preheated the Glühwein, and it's inside the lovely thermos, which, if it is worth the money I paid for it, it should still be nice and warm. We're going to find out. Pardon me if I'm going to pour it down here, because, oh, look at that. Oh, it's still steaming, which means it must still be warm. This portion of the wine stream brought to you by Acme Industries, by the way. So let's see. As the Germans say, das ist gute Scheiße. So we have our Glühwein this evening, and I'm going to try to consume it slowly so that we don't have a repeat of what happened a couple of months ago. I'm looking down at the channel here, and I am noticing that it is going very, 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 very slowly. There's a huge amount of lag. Somebody had wanted me to take off the slow down bit. Oh, what's YouTube telling me here? What are they saying? Please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. Well, to hell with you. I'm going to use whatever keyframe frequency I want. Besides, I don't even know what the hell a keyframe frequency is. Somewhere in the settings it'll probably tell me. Maybe that's why the damn thing keeps dropping. And Matt Adams says, no lag for me. Really? Is that so? There's a huge amount of lag for me, and I'm like right next door to myself. Maybe we should try an experiment. Let's see. Yes, and as Tyro said, I did put a 20-second pause between posts, specifically to keep people from rapid fire shooting stuff at me because I'm still getting used to this system. I need folks to go a little bit slowly so I can keep up, okay? Now, I'm going to go back to the whatever page here and see if I can, there we go, is make this optimized him. Well, I got no idea how to take that shit off. So, all right, you're going to have to be stuck with it until somebody can tell me how to take the stupid, whatever, lag-inducing non-lag off. If that made any sense. Actually, I don't think it did. Oh, Cheetah's here. Hello, Cheetah. Ich habe mein Glühwein. Es ist gute Scheiße hier. That is Cheetah, my dear friend from Deutschland, and you might notice that I do have a Tane Darial's secret family recipe Glühwein here, and boy, this stuff is pretty good. The thing is, when you have an alcoholic beverage and you warm it up, the alcohol vapors don't actually go into your throat. They just kind of vaporize on your tongue and go straight into your brain. This might be a short stream tonight. No, and Amber is a poem mistress says, Merry Christmas from all of your fans. Well, thank you very much, Amber, and all of my fans. What wonderful people you are. I do very much intend to have a Merry Christmas, or at least I hope to have a Merry Christmas. As long as I've got a case of this, which I do, I think Christmas will be quite merry. And Fear the Bad Wolf says, Hallo Kage, Gruß aus Deutschland, Baden-Württemberg. Well, I've always felt a little bit bad for the Germans because they always say they live in, like, you know, bad Württemberg and bad Salzburg and stuff like that. Nobody ever lives in the good Württemberg or the good Salzburg over there. I think Germans need to work on their self-esteem. Ocarina says, can I eat your hat? If you can get here, you're welcome to it. So many of you might have known, those of you who are European or educated or both, that earlier in this particular week, Monday night as a matter of fact, we celebrated what was traditionally the Feast of St. Nicholas, which is now celebrated as Krampusnacht, which just sounds like a lot of fun. I mean, there are towns in Germany where it's like a fursuit parade, but it's all the demon Krampus, who's like Santa Claus's hitman. You see, over there, in this country, you got Santa Claus and it's like, oh, you're bad, I'm going to give you a lump of coal. That always struck me as being kind of lame, especially in a country at the time when 90% of homes were heated by coal. You give the kid a lump of coal, he can put it in the furnace and stay warm. No. Over in the old country, Santa Claus brought along the toys and nuts and sweets for the children who were good. For the children who were bad, he'd send his hitman Krampus along. Krampus was this, you know, big, hulking, goat-headed, horned, demony, cloven-hoofed devil guy who had a switch in one hand, and he would whip the children with the switch, and if they were really bad, he'd grab them and throw them into this basket he had on his back and carry them down to hell. Children in the old country were very, very well behaved, weren't they? So, anybody out there who has not been good this year, you had better repent, be nice to your parents, help a little old lady across the street, something like that. Because even though Krampusnacht has passed, I suspect that Krampus is still out there because, let's face it, the population of the world is a hell of a lot bigger than it was just about 200 years ago. The guy can't do it all in one night. I suspect he's taken like 3 weeks. So we're still in the middle of all it here. Oh, Chroma says, in Hungary, if you're a bad kid, you get sticks. Okay, you get sticks. In Germany, if you're a bad kid, you get hit with sticks. Germans are badass. They always have been. God, I love Germany. They also drink their wine hot at this time of year. Let's see. I'm looking away. Oh, I see somebody from France. I see Bonsoir, Tonton Kage. Who's that? Oh, it's it's Numéro 6 France. That's what that must stand for. Numéro 6 France. Hello, Numéro 6. Very, very good to see you. And this is Sparta says, my fursuit jack-o'-lantern says, what do you think about killer clowns? Well, first off, if your fursuit is talking to you, I strongly recommend that you seek professional counseling. Regarding killer clowns, okay, that is actually a very, very interesting question. How does Santa do it without getting fur in his eyes? Goddamn. Everybody likes the idea of killer clowns. Oh, killer clowns. Clowns will eat me. Can't sleep. Clown will eat me. Clowns are evil. It's like Pennywise. Clowns have become an object of horror, things to frighten children with. But can you imagine being an actual clown? I mean, a professional clown. Somebody who does this because they want to entertain people and make children laugh. Imagine, if you will, that somewhere out in pop culture land, somebody got the bright idea that fursuits are evil and frightening, and all children should be afraid of fursuits. That would be kind of a downer for us, wouldn't it? So, whereas killer clowns, that's a fun idea, you can, I think, take it too far. And, okay, Cheetah has said something fun. I am going to completely refrain from discussing the political situation in this country on this stream. And the reason for that is simple. I am not a good enough comic. Those guys make it so funny on their own, there's absolutely nothing I could say or do to make it any funnier than it already is. So we're going to leave that topic behind. Oh, let's see. And Vadia says, Skull, and I say Skull myself. This portion brought to you by Acme and by Tanya Darial's Secret Family Recipe Glühwein. And Ocarina, out of the blue, says cheese candlesticks. And I haven't the faintest idea why cheese candlesticks was just mentioned. I'm very, very curious, though, I must admit. Let's see. Lelo the Bat says, Uncle Kage 2020. Unless you're talking about my vision, no. No, I've seen the job. I don't want it. Oh, that reminds me. I had my first Anthrocon anxiety dream last night. You get that, Sven? Last night. It's still more than 6 months to the convention. I had my first Anthrocon anxiety dream. Oh boy, what happened? I know that I was in the audience for one of the events, and there were these 3 young ladies that were being obnoxious and loud and all that stuff. And I was like, hey, you had better stop being obnoxious and loud. And they were yelling at me and cursing at me and telling me, they sounded like that, actually. So I said, don't you know who I am? I'm going to... And they were dissing me and everything. So I said, all right, that's it. You will come with me. I am taking you to operations right now, and we're going to see about that. So I started leading them out, and they're following me, and I couldn't figure out where operations was. I was like lost, and I'm wandering around with these women kind of snickering behind me. I'm saying, real, I am the fucking chairman. Yes, I am. I know where ops is. It's around here somewhere. Maybe down this corridor. We'll go down this corridor. We'll find it. It was very embarrassing. I don't like getting lost at my own con, even in my dream. For the Bad Wolf, do I know what happened with Quasi? All I know is that we lost Quasi Skunk. He was a well-known fursuiter and a staffer at Midwest Fur Fest. I do not know what happened. I could speculate from things I heard, but I don't care to spread rumor. An accident, perhaps. Somebody else is going to have to find out. But, you know, God bless you, Quasi. Thank you for all the fun and laughs over the years. Okay. That's the serious moment for right now. All right. And Solar Fox says, Kagi, are you secretly the furry Krampus? People offer you alcohol, will take misbehaving furries to hell at Anthrocon. Well, Solar Fox 6, there's no secret about that. Of course I'm the furry Krampus. I mean, duh! Oh, Onyx Flame 123 has found Riesling in the local Tesco. I hope it's not Tesco Riesling. If you don't know what Tesco is, it's like the English equivalent of Kmart. Just get anything German. Don't get anything English. Oh my God, English wine, English wine. Ugh. They used that in World War II to help defeat the Germans. They were lobbing bottles of English wine at the Wehrmacht, and the Germans were opening them up and drinking and going, was up the Teufel, yeah, yick, scheiße, scheiße. And then they'd get sick and throw up, and they couldn't fight. That's a historical fact. Look it up. Mika Glitch would like my advice on whiskey. You can't have my advice on whiskey. I don't drink whiskey. If Alkali were here, and maybe he is, I'll look down in the channel there. If Alkali were here, he'd be able to tell you. Oh, and I see Gustavo Papis Mapas Tanuki. Wow! Greetings from Uruguay. I don't think I've ever had anybody from Uruguay here. Well, greetings to you. Thank you very much for tuning in. Merry Christmas and all that crap. This is Sparta says, hey, I'm British. I will 1v1 you. I've never been 1v1 before. Is it kinky? I could look it up, I guess. I don't know. Well, go ahead. 1v1 away. Knock yourself out. Princess, let me ask, what about Tumor Cat wine? I've got my Tumor Cat collection over here. The Tumor Cat wine is really, really pretty bottles, but the wine tends to be very low grade. Bert Cleverpaul says, how about someone from Argentina? Argentina is where the silver comes from. Are you from Argentina, Bert Cleverpaul? And someone from Thailand? Oh my goodness. Okay, we have a person from Thailand. I terribly sorry about your monarch. We have people from Uruguay, from Argentina, from Germany, Brazil. Oh boy, okay. Are there any actual Americans on the stream tonight? Let's see. Oh, Mexico. It's someone from Mexico. Hello. Oh, Gummibjorn, of course. How could I forget? Gummibjorn is from Denmark or Sweden or Scandinavia or one of those countries over there. Oh my gosh, here they come. Canada, New Zealand, wow, Sweden, Austria, America, Scotland, Michigan. That doesn't count. Norway. Okay, lots of states. Wow, an American station in Germany, that counts as being German. Costa Rica, Argentina, Scotland, Germany, Denmark. Wow, God damn it. Okay, here is, okay, you can stop now. Stop, you can stop. Stop. It's still going, okay. Boy, but Australia, Ireland, oh God damn. London, England, behind me. You are not. The Netherlands, oh, Lord of mercy. Ulster, oh my God, it finally slowed down. And, okay, Kevin Juarez, you are not here from Antarctica, sorry. Oh, I triggered somebody, I'm terribly sorry. Good Lord, it's, wow. Okay, oh God, please don't start the breeze. The breeze have started, okay. I'm just going to keep talking and not look at that while the brie goes by. Okay, knock yourselves out, all right? Here it goes, here it goes. Boy, I really... This bottle looked a lot bigger in the store, and I'm already halfway through the first cup. David Simons would like to be a guest in 2019 when you're 21. I don't know, maybe. We'll see. Binary says, Kage, tell us a story. I am going to tell just this. It is a secret coded message to my Patreon patrons. And that secret coded message is, haven't heard from Duggo, but it's in the works and expected to go down this week. And the rest of you, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you should have been a patron. Santa must carry like a little brush with him to brush this crap out of his hair here. Do I have the authority to ban awoos all over the world? Well, Rox Collie, as much as howls can be devastating, they can cause untold damage, and they're annoying as all hell, you must remember I'm an American. And a very, very great American at one time said, I may disagree with what you say, but I will defend till my last breath your right to say it. Now, if you want to awoo as a source of self-expression, knock yourself out. Please knock yourself out. Lance Smith says, hey, Uncle Kage, what's up? How are you doing? I are doing well, thank you very much. With my amazing Tani Darial Secret Family Recipe Glühwein here, which is drunk very, very warm out of an Acme mug. And Tuzzy says, do you plan on going to Germany for the holidays this year? Maybe. Possibly. Oh, and Guilty Drake says it's going to be a FurCon in Spain, and I'm invited. Send me an official invitation. We'll talk. And Wadia says, I guess there's a Dragon show tonight after the stream. I don't know. I talked with Alkali on the phone, and he said that he's doing something tonight and might do a Dragon show afterward. Well, how wishy-washy can you get? I don't know if he's going to or if he's not going to. So I'll tell you what, if somebody can double check on that, I'll announce it. Jeremiah Waller wants to be noticed by Uncle Kage. I am noticing you, Jeremiah. Look at me. I am seeing you. I have just noticed Jeremiah. Richard Wilkes is underage, cannot drink, but is breaking out the ice cream and Coca-Cola. That is perfectly fine, Richard. Thank you very much for joining me. I shall say Prost in your honor. Vincent Delorme would like to know, do I have a Christmas tree? I do not. Number of reasons. One, I don't like the idea of killing a tree to decorate my house. Number two, I've seen more Christmas tree fires in my career than I care to remember. Number three, my mom's got a Christmas tree. If I want to look at a Christmas tree, I'll walk down to her place. How's that? Okay. Ison Gesolf says, I'm going to my first con next year. I feel a bit nervous. What should I do? Easy. Have fun. Relax. Be yourself. You're there to be with other furries. Just do it. It's not hard. And Shimla Freestyle says, did Uncle Kage really not know the word chav? I know it now. I learned the word chav because I met some. I met some up close. Navigatorture says, I have ladies boxing on the TV. Well, you should call the police and have them thrown out. That can't be good for your TV, really. Let's see. Even with that 20-second thing, this is still getting... Wow. Saint the Pine Martin wants to be noticed. I see you too. Okay. I see everybody. Maybe I should just read down the list of everybody who's here. Zaxions blames Gummibjorn for dragging you in here today. I blame Gummibjorn too. He's a dreadful, dreadful fellow. Think of what else you could be doing on a Friday night. Let's see. Hot Lava would like to know, how have my week been? My week have been very busy at work. I kind of have to get like 3 weeks worth of work done in 4 weeks because everybody's going to be out the last week of the month. But the work still has to get done, so it has been busy. Let's see. I'm looking down. I don't mean to not look people in the eye when I'm talking, but the chat is way down here, on this thing here. Xander mentioned a live stream tonight at 9 p.m. Central. Well, that's a hell of a long time from now. I might actually be finished my Glühwein by then. Spark Dalmatian has a gift card of $100 worth of Cabernet and plans on drinking it all in my honor. Cheers to you, my friend. Thank you very much. Eisen Gesolf, what's on my tie? Hopefully not wine. This is my Christmas tie. As I am a furry, it has all sorts of cartoon characters on it in a Christmas motif. This is a replacement for the Christmas tree tie with a little sound chip in it that played jingle bells when you push the button that my aunt gave to me years ago and which was accidentally destroyed maliciously when I moved. Oh, Furry Foxes says, I finally changed my YouTube name to Furry Foxes. Now I recognize you. Hello, Furry Foxes. Very good to see you. Oh, and Cosmic Fox would like me to wind the roach later tonight. That sounds like it should be illegal. But if I need to take a break later, maybe I will indeed wind the roach. Wind the roach. If you don't know what winding the roach means, stay tuned. Oh, and Neo6661 asks if I've seen the game The Last Garden. I have seen The Last Garden. It's got a very, very cute kind of puppy, deer, dragon, kitten thing in it. But I'm told it's got a very shaky camera that makes people sick. So I'll wait till they fix that. Let's see. Saint the Pine Martin says, sing a song, please. Is anybody from Singapore on tonight? Let me know. Let's see. Hot Lava says, how have your week been? Hot Lava, I already told you how have my week been. It's been busy. Oh, Amber says, slow down. I'm going drink for drink with you. Oh, God. Don't do that, Amber. Please, do not try. I'm a professional. You don't want to do that. By the way, somebody asked where this mug came from. It came from the Toonseum, which is a cartoon museum in Pittsburgh. Let's see. What have you got against good, hard-working lumberjacks? I don't have anything against good, hard-working lumberjacks. I think they're wonderful people, leaping from tree to tree with their best girl by their side as they sing, sing, sing. I'm not going to, no. Rox Colley, how do I go about complaining about rough furs and inappropriate touching? Go and complain. Go to the conference operations, go to security, but please do it at the convention. There is nothing I or anyone else can do if you come to us 2 months later and say, this guy bumped into me, roughed me up. I can't fix it then. But if you come to me 3 minutes later and say, that guy roughed me up, I can break his neck just like that, and I probably enjoy doing it. Let's see. Moneybags 06113. How much money do I need to get you to show up at my house? I think that's a patron level. Isn't it something like $1,000? $1,000 patron, I'll show up at your house. No one's ever done that, though. They're smarter than that. Chroma, what was the most dangerous chemical you've ever worked with? I've worked with a lot of dangerous chemicals. Hydrogen cyanide, cyanogen bromide, cubane. Cubane almost blew my damn hand off. Let's see. Spark Dalmatian, missed seeing me at Midwest Fur Fest this year. Well, it's unfortunate. I missed seeing you too. What is the Dragon? Have any good drinking songs to recommend? Any song could be a drinking song if you sing it while you're drunk. Here's a wonderful French one. Chevalier du Table Rond, the Knights of the Round Table. It's a kind of traditional drinking song. Ice and Gasolf says, Kage scares me sometimes. Most of the people I scare all the time. And Man in the Wolf Furry says, where's Telephone? I imagine she's in Arizona because that's where she lives. Let's see. Let's see. I'm watching stuff go by here. Do I like the German elevator party? I like the German Silvester party a lot better. Let's see. Laxman, will I be at FWA this year? I'm sorry, Laxman, I will not. Sorry. Kevin Juarez, do you have furry amino? Oh, amino, furry amino. You mean a furry with a free nitrogen group NH2 on him? No. Next question. About a science story. I can tell you a lot of science stories. Like how I took care of bullies when I was in high school. Let's see. Oh, Shell Music FX. Corks, rubber corks, or screw tops? I kind of prefer rubber corks. They tend not to shred when you open them. They give a better seal. But if I don't have a corkscrew, I actually do like screw tops. I'm not one of these snobs that says, oh, I don't want this wine, it has no cork or whatever. Screw top is perfect. This lovely glue vine came with a screw top. As a matter of fact, this Tanya Darial's Secret Family Recipe glue vine came with a screw top. Tuzzy wants to know what my favorite explosive element is. There's not a lot of explosive elements. Actually, all of the alkali metals are explosive. I like sodium just because I played with it. Chroma, can you do a backflip? Chroma, when I was a young man, I actually did gymnastics. I was a gymnast. I was also a dancer. But I was a young man. I am now an old man whose back doesn't work. I can't get out of bed these days without breaking a hip. So, no, I'm not going to do no backflips. Let's see. Bush Dog, nursing school, worth my time or a waste of money? It depends on the school. Nursing is a very, very good field to go into. It's at least a saleable skill. Senpai Fish says, do you wear scarves? I have a white silk scarf. It is the only scarf that I wear, and I tend to wear it with the bowler and with my overcoat when I want to look just a little more formal. But that's really the only one. Let's see. DW says, do you happen to know how to pronounce my first name? And the answer is no. Let's see. Richard Wilkes would like to know, can I tap dance? I cannot. I did not ever study tap dancing. It takes a lot of talent to do that. And Saint the Pine Martin says, Pine Martin versus Cockroach, who wins? Cockroach, of course, because we fight dirty. The Vision Vagrant. Oh, it's Crux. Crux. That is Crux Lowe, one of my dearest and oldest friends. My darling boy, thank you for coming tonight. We'd like to know, how was the Texas wine? I actually still have the Texas wine. It's a wonderful, it's called Texas Well Water because it kind of is the same color as Texas Well Water. It's sitting right over there waiting for the right occasion to be consumed. Maybe like if you were to come visit, we drink it together, something like that. I should probably wait a few minutes for refilling this cup. How about? Let's do that. Wadius Dragon says, is lye a chemical? Everything is a chemical. Wadius, everything is a chemical. Lye is sodium hydroxide. It is a particularly nasty chemical at that. Bruiser Dragonia says, where's Jen Long? In Toronto, I guess. That's where he lives. Anytime somebody says, where is someone? I'm going to tell you that's where they live. I'm sorry. Let's see. Oh, Saucy Rossi says, did you see the Tumblr that was created for you? It's called The Exalted Cockroach. I have not seen this Tumblr. If it is for me, I'm flattered, but I've not actually seen it. And BT Verwolf, yes, I did listen to the Hogan's Heroes lyrics. I never knew there were lyrics to that song. It's kind of bouncy. It's kind of fun. Let's see. Lampo the Raptor, can you scream like a girl? That depends on what has just frightened me. Actually, yes. If I go to the doctor and he puts a needle in me, I can scream like a girl with the best of them. Let's see. Tom would like to know, can you develop 35 millimeter wine with red wine, washing soda, and vitamin C powder? Is it possible? I don't know. I'd have to study on that, but I don't recommend trying until I get you an answer. Shell Music says, what kind of microphone do you have? It's a Logitech 390. It's whatever is inside it. That's what I'm using. Let's see. Ever have wine from the Blue Mountain Vineyards in PA? That's from Rikudu Okami. I'm from Pennsylvania. I never really liked Pennsylvania wine. There's plenty of Pennsylvania wine yards, but their wine really is kind of crappy. Red Rum, when was the last time you saw a cockroach and where? It was outside of my dear and sainted mother's house about 3 months ago, and she screamed like a little girl. She does not like critters getting near her house. Thello says, Uncle Kage, do you have a Twitter account? Yes, it's Uncle Kage. Ta-da! Go find it. Senpai Fish would like to know if the door spider is still around. The door spider, it's gotten cold here. I'm afraid the door spider has gone the way of all things, but I'm sure she will be back next year. Let's see. For the Bad Wolf says, would you rather like to sing German Schlager or eat sodium metal? I'll stick with the German Schlager. Thank you very much. Let's see. Rabbit Habit says, what's the best drink you ever had? The one that I had most recently is generally the best drink I ever had. Yes, Commander, would like to know, am I ready already? Ready. Wow. Am I ready already? Ready for EF23? Yes, I am all set for EF23. I never miss EF. That's your friends, by the way. Someone should call up Omakage. You must not call up Omakage. I only have one bottle. The thermos was only big enough to hold one bottle, so please don't call my mom. She'll want to have some of it, and I won't have enough. Let's see. Furry Foxes would like to know, can you tell us a story about C2N14? No, because I don't know exactly what compound that is. You'll have to send me a structure. Let's see. Some furry says, what's your favorite element? I would say oxygen. Oxygen because I imbibe in it multiple times every single day. You might say I'm addicted. Beat says, there will be more Uncle Kage story hours. There will, as a matter of fact. My next official story hour, I believe, is going to be at First Squared in Minneapolis, someplace in the cold north. And that should be the weekend of February 24th or thereabout. That will be my next official story hour. And Torbaman says, is it pronounced Kage or Cage? Neither. It's Kage. Kage. Get, kind of G-E-H, Kage at the end. Let's see. Boy, it's still going by fast. Jamie Walsh says, what happens if I mix sodium and water? You lose a hand. Basically, that's what happens. Tyra says, what do you think about Australia during Christmas time? Australia during Christmas time is very, very, very bizarre for a Yank. Because there's Christmas trees and sled scenes and everything, and it's frickin' 90 degrees Fahrenheit out there. There's Santa Claus, and he's wearing like Bermuda shorts and a tank top. It's kind of hard to really experience Christmas in the summertime. Let's see. Bruzo says, please tell us a story that you recently tweeted about. Bruzo, if you're talking about the rat in my mother's laundry room, Well, I was going to save that one for my story hour. You don't want me to give it away, do you? Floweroo says, notice me. I just did. Hi, Floweroo. Let's see. And this is Sparta got to use iodine at school to check if something like food has any sugar, fat, or protein. Well, iodine usually detects starch, but hey, okay, if they found new reactions, I'm happy about that. Let's see. Drax Dragon, SunnyCon next year, yay or nay? I don't know. I've been talking with SunnyCon about next year. We're still working out details. I'd like very much to go, but we need to work on some things first. If somebody were to contact them and give them a nudge, it would be helpful. Hint, hint, hint. Somebody who is like in England. By the way, that lovely fellow Drax that I'm talking about, I do apologize. This is a new system for me. I'm still trying to figure out this crappy YouTube shit. But that lovely music you heard initially, that was wonderful music from Drax, and I will figure out how to use the damn stuff. Chemcat says, notice you. That's me. Let's see. Tells you would like to know how you use science to get back at bullies in the school. I'll simply say 3 words. NI3. I think the statute of limitations is done by now. All right. Let's see. Ocarina says TFF 2017. I don't think they've invited me. If they were to invite me, I would go. Hint, hint, hint. Let's see. Lance Smith says, what are your thoughts on Kinora Fluffball? I don't know exactly what you mean. I don't know if I've ever had lunch with Kinora Fluffball. Saucy Rossi says, do you know about the Tumblr created for you? I thought I answered that a moment ago. I do not. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, Drax is uploading some music. I am very, very excited because I'm a big fan of Drax's music, and if he's uploading it, I want to hear it. Oh boy, there's a lot of lag because now people are asking about Ni3. Ni3, nitrogen triiodide. It goes boom in the right hands. And I have the right hands. Let's see. Silvergatamon says, Kage is going to be at First Squared. Yes, as far as I know, I think so. Alkali told me I'm going to be there, so I guess I'm going to be there. Okay. Matthew B got here late. Would like to know if there's been a development with the story with Mr. O. There will be this week. We're looking forward to that. Let's see. The Plasma Bee says, how late am I? Late enough that you're never going to know why this bottle is already empty. Let's see. Joel Fox says, would I be interested in visiting Nordic FuzzCon? Anytime you ask me about a convention, folks, the answer is going to be the same. If they were to invite me. Now, I am not made of money. You know, I spent all my money on this hat. Plus the damn new HVAC system in there, which I'm deep in debt over. But if a convention would like to invite me to come and be a guest, I'd happily go. But I really don't have the disposable income just to traipse off to a convention on my own. Lieutenant Ace 150 says, who is Mr. O? You'll find that out at the story hour too. My Patreon patrons learned all about Mr. O, but again, we don't want to give that away. Let's see. Anna Rose says, I was playing Cards Against Humanity, and that happened to be the phrase that one I want you to read. Okay, I'll do it for you, Anna Rose, but I really, really, really am sick of Cards Against Humanity. I think I've been asked to play it too many times. It gets old after a while. Solex Wolf says, on a scale of 1 to drunk, how drunk are you, Uncle Kage? Well, not drunk enough. I have my lovely thermos here. It's a Thermo Cafe by Thermos. And my nice hot glue vine is still hot, so we're going to pour a little bit of that. Hopefully not all over my lap. Can you see the steam? I don't know if the camera's picking up the steam there. It's a damn good thermos. It's still nice and hot. Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up. With everyone asking, Timmy Fox says, with everyone asking about Convention X or Convention Y, perhaps a list of cons you're planning to hopefully attend for 2017. That's actually a pretty good answer, Timmy Fox. Let's see. First Squared, absolutely. The one in Toronto, I can't remember the name, in March. Motor City FurCon in April. I have not missed one of those, and I don't intend to miss another one. Let's see. Am I back? I better fucking be back. Let me check this thing. All right, give a yell if you see me. Actually, yell quietly. That's good shit. Oh, I'm back, apparently. Oh, I went offline before listing my cons. And yes, I could use the IT Dragon. Where is Jen Long when I need someone to Asian my damn computer? Anyway, this is a good time to tell folk. Yeah, YouTube is nice, but you can kind of see it ain't really giving me what I need. Firsttree.am is not being run by anybody right now. There's nobody at the helm. And if something goes wrong, there's no fixing it. So I am casting about for a proper streaming service. Please don't take up my time on the stream tonight. If you know a streaming service that ain't going to bust my budget, isn't going to cap me at 50 people, send me an email. I'm easy enough to find. Anyway, I was talking about the conventions that I'm going to be going to in I can't see my face. There's my face. In 2017. There's going to be First Squared I'm sorry, I almost forgot. Convergence in Melbourne, in Australia, at the beginning of January. Then there's going to be Convergence in Minneapolis or thereabout at the end of February. In March, there's the Canadian one in Toronto for whatever the hell that one's called. And then Motor City FurCon in Detroit or its environs at that's April or thereabout. Hoping to go to SunnyCon in Sunderland in June. Then, of course, there's Anthrocon. That's not really a vacation for me. I'm tentatively set up, but I hope it's not just tentative. Yes, Vernal Equinox, thank you. That's the one in Toronto. I am very much hoping to go to Indie FurCon. I like Indie FurCon. It's a fun little one. Eurofurence, of course. Never miss Eurofurence. Possibly Arizona FurCon. They had me as a guest last year, and I had so much fun. I've been dropping very, very strong hints to them. I'd like to come back again. Possibly Fur Reality. Ditto. I've been dropping strong hints to them. And that's all I know. That's all that I can actually confirm right now. Oh, and Furry Fox is talking about C2N4 azidazide. It sounds nasty. I don't want to touch it. Thank you very much. Xenogamma, Detroit, you sure, dude? It's actually not Detroit. It's Novi. I think that's where that thing is. Motor City, yeah. Washo, should I go to Anthrocon 2017 or better wait for 2018? Of course, I would tell you to go to both. I'm kind of biased that way. Chroma, how would you describe Anthrocon to a non-furry? I would just send them to YouTube and say, put in Anthrocon, and a picture is worth 1 billion words. This makes no sense. Fwa! No, I'm afraid not. I'm not going to Fwa. Okay, Saucy Rossi, once and for all, I have not seen that Tumblr. Send me a link by email and I will see it, but I have not seen it. And Crick's Calltooth, yes, the only way Kage will come to Vancouver is someone pays him to get his butt up here. Thank you, Cricks. That's what I've been trying to tell people in my subtle little fashion. You know, okay, I don't got my wallet on me, but you'd find out it was empty. If you want me to go to a convention, talk to the convention organizers, say, hey, have Uncle Kage as a guest. I'm almost always going to say yes. Amber says, have you any stories you can tell from visiting the UK? A lot of them, but I've pretty much told those already. I do like visiting the UK because something always happens to me out there. Let's see. Oh, Awesome Rusty Rex. It was nice meeting you at Convergence 2016. Well, thank you, Awesome Rusty Rex. I hope to see you at Convergence 2017 in just a couple of weeks. Of course, I will be there. Layla the Bat. Advice to show my parents the Fandom is about. Okay, everybody hold up. Don't go spamming me. Okay, I'm going to type something. All right. All right. I'm about to send a link. Anybody who wants to ask the question, how do I tell my parents / teachers / families / co-workers that I am furry? Bam! That is everything that ever has been or ever will need to be said on the topic. The FAQ on minors at anthrocon.org. There's links to lengthy discussions in that. It is extremely comprehensive. Let's see. Okay, TC Mutt, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. I am leaving politics out of this stream. Why? There is no way in the world I can be as funny as those guys are making themselves. Ulrich says, what happened that warranted a new HVAC system? Well, that I can tell you, Ulrich. Toward the end of the summer, I noticed that my house was not really getting as cool as it had been. As a matter of fact, it wasn't getting very cool at all. Now, this is North Carolina. You kind of need air conditioning down here. So I called up the local, air conditioning people. They had this special end of the year air conditioning tune-up. Great, I can use a tune-up. And the gentleman came out and he had this like wandy thing. He said, well, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to look for a leak in the coils of the air conditioner in here. It's basically a gas chromatograph is what this thing is. And I said, ooh, that's interesting. He says, yes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run it along the coil, and when it comes to the leak, it'll make a beeping noise. It'll kind of like squeal when it detects the leak. I said, okay, great, let's get started. He opened the door to the closet where the HVAC system is, and the thing went, nee! And he said, wow. He said, that's a pretty big leak. I said, oh, okay, all right. So he looked at the cooling unit and he said, when's the last time this was serviced? And I said, serviced? He said, okay, that tells me what I need to know. What about the condenser unit outside? When's the last time that was looked at? And I said, looked at? And he said, let's go look at it. We walked outside, and, well, you never pay attention to the damn condenser unit outside. I mean, it just sits there and hums. That's its job. This kind of, well, have you ever seen, like, what happens to a car when it, like, gets driven into the woods and it's there for about 70 years? That's kind of what my condenser unit outside looked like. It was the color of rust because it was entirely rust. And the HVAC guy looked at it and he went to touch the side of it and the entire sidewall just crumbled. And he looked at me and he said, I think you're going to need a new unit. And I said, I think you're right, yeah. I said, is this why it's not getting cool? He said, something like this, yes. It's the original unit. It's like almost 20 years old. These things are designed to last about 15, so yeah, it's time. Chroma, my opinion on Hungary. When I am hungry, I eat. It is very, very simple. Let's see. James Maloney says, Kage, can I have some drink? Go get yourself some. I'm not stopping you. Hot Lava says, I'm funnier than most comics I know of. You don't know the right comics. I am mediocre compared to some of the masters out there. I could send some names your way. You wouldn't stop laughing for years. David Simons, are there So Your Kid Dragged You To insert convention at all cons or just some of them? There is at Anthrocon because I set it up. I don't know if there are at other conventions. If they'd like to, they should. Oh, Nim Scriven, fellow science fur here. Hello, fellow science fur. Good to see you. I tip my hat sort of to you. Oh, and Flower Roo has a brother who's an angel dragon. He's watching and having the time of his life. Well, here's to both of you. Thank you very much for coming by. Brighttail Faux Pas. What's my favorite Tani Dariel moment and why? I've known Tani for, oh my gosh, damn near 15 years now. God damn. My favorite moment, I think, would be the very, very first time I saw her. She was wearing her original Tani Schnulf fursuit, and she wore it brilliantly. She had the kind of slinky cat movements, and she was walking by, and she just all of a sudden stopped and dropped down to a crouch and just started kind of washing her face like this. And I went, oh, that's so cute! And I was just totally in love with the character ever since. Ford Wolfdog says, been to many cons in the UK. I don't know if you define many. I've been to SunnyCon, which is an anime convention. I've been to Confuzzled a number of times. I went a couple of times to RBW when it was still in operation. I even went to a London fur meet one evening years and years ago. RBW was interesting. They had a hotel, but they had all of the convention activities in a pub. And that's fine. You know, why bother with all the, cut out the middleman. Just have everything happen in the bar. And that was lovely. It was a long way from the hotel to the pub. Pardon me. And then the highlight of the convention was on Saturday night. Everybody traipsed down to the River Thames and got onto a party boat. And we'd sail up and down the Thames and party and drink and music and noise and fursuits and yay. My favorite memory was when we got back to the dock and we disembarked. It's a long, long march, nearly a mile, to go from the dock back to the hotel. And we're walking along. There were about 50 fursuiters, and I was at the head of them because I tend to walk very, very fast. And we're walking along this lovely street that had all sorts of pubs just lined up. And, of course, they got people inside, and there's music coming out and everything. And some of the people even were outside on patios with little heaters. And as we walked by, I had my black coat and my fedora looking very, 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 very nice and gentlemanly. As we marched by, I just kept saying, nothing to see here. You've had enough. Time to go home. Pack it in. Nothing to see here. You've had enough. Time to go home. Pack it in. And just kept repeating that as we went on, and people were just watching with their bottles as all these animals walked by. Tuzzy says, could you show us a fun chemistry experiment we can do at home? I could, but I'm not going to because I don't want to be responsible for people losing skin. Let's see. Nico Wolf says, do you love me? Well, I'm glad you came by. I'm fond of your attendance, but, we really ought to have dinner before we start talking about that. James Mulled says, can I have some of your drink, Kage? No. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, Ragnar Hunt says, did you ever had Glühwein in Germany? Well, let me tell you something, Ragnar Hunt. The first time I had Glühwein was in Germany, and it was served to me by Tanya Dariel, and I loved it. And I said, where's this from? And she said, it's a secret family recipe. I cannot tell you. Well, the next year I went to Germany, I was all excited because, oh boy, Tanya's secret family recipe. I'm going to sneak into the kitchen and watch her make it. I saw 6 bottles of this sitting on the countertop. So yes, that actually is Tanya Dariel's secret family recipe Glühwein. Dash 245 Trip says, what type of candy did you like as a kid? I was a chocoholic and I still am. You put chocolate in front of me, I'm going to scarf it. I can't stop myself. Diggins Linsang says, Kage, what is drunk? About an hour from now. Let's see. Oh, Tuzzy says, have you ever been to a German Christmas market? I don't have that much time off. I'd like to see a Christmas market in Germany, but I've only been able to go for a couple of days around the New Year. Some Furry says, did you listen to Hashtag yet? Listen, Some Furry. I was listening to Hashtag before it was released. It is a phenomenal album. Michael LaCourse, the worst relationship you've been in. Michael, it would take a lot more alcohol for me to tell you that story, believe me. And Kaisis Dorio says, have you ever heard about the Triple Crown of hiking? I'm not a hiker, so no. Broken Wolf says, how many lab coats do you have? I've got the Mad Scientist Union lab coat. I got a lab coat that's covered in little rubber cockroaches. I've got a camouflage pattern lab coat. I got a tiger pattern lab coat. I have a lab coat made out of a plastic Jägermeister tablecloth. I've got a black lab coat. And I got one where the designs kind of started to peel off the back. I think I have 8 of them total. Let's see. And Xenogamma, I'm going to read that, Xenogamma. What's wrong with you kids? Why do you insist on telling people about the fandom? My question exactly. Let them find out on their own, okay? This makes no sense. If you could sit down and eat dinner with any currently living person in the world, who would it be? It would be German Chancellor Angela Merkel, because her fingers are like permanently fused like this. I want to see how she eats. I want to sit down at dinner and watch her eat with her fingers like this. Let's see. And Tom says, 400 mils red wine, 40 grams of watch soda, 10 grams of vitamin. It works. You actually tried it. I told you not to try it. Okay. Richard Vilks, what is the worst thing you ever seen happen at a con? Oh my God. I've seen people have seizures. I've seen people be arrested. I've seen people get into fights. I've seen somebody running around naked who really should not have been running around naked. I've seen a lot. Daniel Cook would like to know where I buy my lab coats. I don't. Every lab coat I have has been given to me as a present. I've never bought one myself except for the original. Let's see. Chroma says, can you do a wine flip? No, it sounds painful. And McLyman says, Uncle Cake. Kage means cake in some of the... Anyway, let's see. My most memorable story from Eurofurence. I know my most memorable story from Eurofurence. Oh, good God. It's something I cannot forget. And that's good, because it's an experience that will keep me from doing it again. The Germans got me sufficiently drunk that I thought it would be a good idea to take this large tumbler, about a 16-ounce equivalent size tumbler, and mix in it equal parts red wine, Jägermeister, and absinthe. And I pretty much shotgunned the thing. What I remember is the next morning. Have you ever had a hangover that lasted for 3 days? Yeah. Oh boy. Richard Vilks, what were they arrested for? What were they not arrested for? Mostly drinking, underage drinking at that. Let's see. Ocarina says, would you rather get eaten by a shark or jump into a volcano? I'd rather just drink wine, actually, given my choice. Thank you very much. Let's see. Kinko Anderson would like to know, have I ever been to Norge? No, I've never been to Norway. I'd love to go someday. I'm pining for the fjords. Chrono of Mana, what do you think of the nanofibers for medical applications? That's a very, very in-depth question requiring an in-depth answer. I'm going to have to do a lot more research. We'll talk about it later. Let's see. I'm going to go down to the bottom. All this stuff's going by. My favorite gold memories on a con from Washo. My favorite gold memories. Wow. It's kind of difficult because there's so damn many memories. Let's see. I'd have to think about that. It's like saying, what is your favorite day of your life? There are some really, really good memories out there. Trying to pick out the best one would be very, very hard. Let's see. Been to the Cayman Islands? No, haven't been. There's no furry conventions down there. Baron Sable, if you had to get to a con and had only 2 choices, I'd go to the one that was paying my way. All right. Jordan Walker, I tried the Jägermeister red wine and absinthe combo. I didn't die. You used crappy American absinthe, I'm sure. I had proper Czechoslovakian absinthe, the real stuff. Let's see. Blackfoot DeWolf, I have a question about sake. Since you like white sake, if they make a white Russian sake, that is grotesque. Sake is a beautiful, pristine beverage. It's not meant to be mixed with anything. Let's see. Amy S., the most unusual or strangest thing was found in a hotel room by con/hotel staff over Anthrocon weekend. Boy, oh boy. Once again, asking me to pick the top of the list of things that we have found. Okay. There was... The poor housekeeper went into one of the hotel rooms to tidy up, and there was a loud scream, and she got on the phone and asked for security to come up. Somebody had brought a 6-foot monitor lizard, and it was just running loose in the room, and the poor housekeeper was tidying up, and this reptilian head looked out from under the bed at her. The person, I believe, tried to pass it off as an emotional support animal. By the way, we're revising the rules on emotional support animals this year. I strongly recommend you read our webpage. Dash 245 Trip. The worst bone break you ever had as a kid. I had a tibia-fibia fracture when I was 15 years old. Completely split my lower leg in 2, and it was bent at a 90-degree angle. Tanner Lily, yes, Czechia, not Czechoslovakia. I'm sorry, I'm old. Let's see. TC Mutt would like to know, have you seen the post of the dinosaur tail trapped in amber? Yes, I have. Tommy, Otterfest sake or German Riesling from the Mosel Valley? Otterfest, definitely. Let's see. Lots of questions coming by. Can I spend the entire stream answering questions? Lance Smith would like to know, who's the cutest fursuit you ever met? Non-Sanity Cat's little daughter. Non-Sanity Cat is a longtime Anthrocon friend and staff member, and he brought his little daughter with him one year. And she had this like big oversized kitten head, fursuit head, with real big eyes, and she had all this like little dress and little bitty shoes, and they gave her one of the fursuiter charity collection buckets. She was so winsome and so adorable. People were cramming money into that bucket to the point it was so heavy she could barely carry it. Angus Lepus, there's something different in the Czech absinthe that's not in the US stuff. Yes, wormwood, real wormwood. Let's see. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. People are answering other people's questions for me. Maybe I'll just go by here. Oh, have I ever tasted traditional Scandinavian mead? I don't know. People have brought me mead at Eurofurence, and I have consumed it. I'm sure some of it was traditional Scandinavian mead, but I didn't recognize it. Charleston Rat, my handmade fursuit includes 960 buttons. Your thoughts? That is too many buttons. That's my thoughts. You asked, and I gave them to you. Angry Deer, most badass fursuit you ever met. There's a lot of badass fursuits. I would think that Jaeger is a pretty badass fursuit. He's the deer wolf. Furry Foxes, how much alcohol are you DUI? I have never driven under the influence of alcohol, so I cannot tell you. Let's see. Jeremiah Walker, what's it like at Anthrocon, my good sir? It is exhausting. It is nightmarish. It is the sort of thing that makes me wonder, am I being punished for my sins? Or did you mean for other people? Other people have the time of their lives. It's lots of fun. Just not me. Time for a refill. Glühwein. To be served warm. Still warm. Oh God, Jordan Walker would like to know, what's the best wine you've had from the UK? I can't answer that question. I haven't actually had it. I remember at Confuzzled one year, they were still in Manchester at that time. It was the first time I attended, and I went to the bar and I wanted some wine, and they really didn't have any varieties that looked attractive to me. So I looked, and there was one that said the house wine. I said, okay, bring me a glass of the house wine. So he did, and I took a sip. Then somebody said, how is it? I said, well, I can see where it gets its name. It tastes like an old house, because it did. Chelsea would like to know if I went to the Autofurs panel at EF22. No, I'm afraid I really have no interest. I'm not a motor fur myself. Let's see. Have I seen the video with the Syrian refugees interacting with fursuiters at Vancouver from Cricket Whitetail? Yes, Cricket Whitetail. I have seen that video, and it warms my heart. I have always said that fursuits are a universal thing. They have no language. There is no cultural barrier. Everyone can like a fursuit. And I strongly suspect that those kids who had probably seen more hell than any kid deserves to see, that was probably just what they needed right then. Dusty the Dusty Wolf says it's 12:17 a.m. Maybe you should head to bed. If you're tired, you should. If you're not, stay for a while. Let's see. Brighttail Faux Pas says, will you tell us a news story you haven't shared yet? I'd love to hear a news story. Well, I've been saving the news stories for my story hour. But I'll tell you what I will do. I will show you a Christmas present I got, an early Christmas present. It's right over here. There we go. So, nobody has seen this yet except for visitors to my house. My dearest friend, Ume Hani Hajimoto Doragon, she's Indian, found this at a tag sale and bought it for me. It's the effects of alcohol. It's put out. It is the Health and Hygiene number 5 series. Now let's see what are the effects of alcohol. A drunkard loses his temper soon and resorts to misbehavior. What's this? Oh, beware of wine. It is a slow poison. What's this? Drinking weakens the brain, heart, and the whole body. A drunkard spoils his digestion and loses appetite. You lose weight that way. A drunkard's life is shortened. What's going on here? Now, a drunkard cannot work hard. Yeah, tell that to a convention chairman. Okay, what do we got down here? Drinking is mother of all vices. A drunkard falls in bad company and bad company, right? And loses all his earnings in vices like races and gambling. And drunkard spoils health and home. He dies a sinful man and carries his bad deeds to the other world. Dude, check this out. Check this out. If I'm going to be like a cool demon like this in the next world, bring it on. I mean, look at that. He's all like, I am a demon and I have wine. Yeah, look at me, I'm evil. So this is my Christmas present from my dear friend Ume that I have now shared with all of you. By the way, Ume, if you're watching, thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you too. Tell the boys I love them. Chroma says, do you like firearms? Not really. I don't own any firearms because I've got a very nasty temper. Not a good combination. Let's see. Lance Smith. Who is your favorite fursuiter to hug? Oh, wow. There's so many fursuiters that are all fluffy and warm. Boy, again, asking my favorite, that's tough to narrow it down. Telephone is fun to hug because when you hug her, she makes this little chirp noise. It's adorable. Voco de Glasses. Have you ever been to Germany on New Year's Eve? Hell yes. It is called Silvester. And I love to go to Germany on New Year's Eve because they know how to party. If you've never seen it, the Silvester celebration in Germany, that is their equivalent of our 4th of July. They go absolutely apeshit. They buy every single firework, and I'm not talking little bottle rockets, I'm talking like mortars. They buy this shit up and they just fire it up. They fire off more ordnance than we dropped on Berlin in 1945. The whole sky lights up. It's boom, boom, ba bam, boom, 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 and they drink until they fall down. Ison Gazolf, I messed up telling my parents about the fandom. I'm sorry, Ison. You should have read that FAQ. I can't help you now. Let's see. Kenko Anderson would like to know who's my favorite musical furry. Fox Amore, absolutely. And of course Pepper Coyote. The two of them kind of like go hand in hand now. They become a very, very good team. Let's see. Have I seen Abergwine's show on YouTube called Furries in the Media? Well, that's from Bruzo Dragonius, and the answer is no, I have not, so I cannot tell you any thoughts on it. Let's see. And Maurice MRD says, Tuzzy, you're Dutch. I'm not exactly sure how you would Tuzzy someone's Dutch or exactly what someone's Dutch is, but that's good advice for everybody. Make sure you Tuzzy your Dutch tonight. Lance Smith says, hey, Uncle Kage, I'm a furry. Of course, you wouldn't be here if you weren't. Maxie Shepard says, what are you drinking? Maxie, you got here late. I am drinking proper German Glühwein which is warm. This is a hot spiced wine, and I have it in a nice little thermos here. And someone has mentioned Rotterdam. If you have not seen it, you absolutely must go to the YouTubes, where you're on YouTube now, but elsewhere on YouTube, when this is done, and put in as a search, Dutch furries Gangnam Style. Easy Wolf and his crew made a spectacular video, a riff on the Gangnam Style video, shot in Rotterdam and its environs. And it's all very Dutch. You just have to see it. Lightning Thunderwolf says, damn it, thoughts on Furthermore. I only really went once, and it was a lovely little convention. That's really all I can say. Santa Fox, the movie you enjoy the most. Well, Santa Fox, if by movie I enjoy the most, if that can be measured by the movie I guess I've seen the most, that would be Larry Blamere's Dark and Stormy Night. It is a masterful spoof on the old dark house movies of the 1930s. Oh, Drax would like to know, have you seen the film Little Prince? I have seen Little Prince. It's an okay film, but I read the original book in French. I don't really think it is as good an adaptation as it could have been. And Fat Unicorn 21, would you like a Furries Ruin Everything t-shirt? Well, Fat Unicorn, you might notice I generally don't wear t-shirts. If you had that on a tie, I'd wear it. Let's see. Toothless Hoekstra, so Kage knows about Netherlands. What do you think of our little country? Toothless, I have been to the Netherlands. I visited Rotterdam. I visited Amsterdam. As a matter of fact, the visit to Amsterdam took up nearly half of an Uncle Kage story hour years ago, because I was with my boss and his boss. And the big boss, whose name was Dick, very few men can live up to their name. Boss Dick wanted to see the red light district. So we were compelled to go see the red light district in Amsterdam. Baron Sable would like to know, other than the Hamtaro suit, have you ever worn a fursuit? Baron Sable, the Chester ringtail suit that was around from about 2004 to 2008. That was me. Axel Alto says, wait, you can read French. Yes. Je parle français. Je peux lire le français, mais seulement quand je suis ivrogne, mais je parle français. Let's see. Radically the Craze, the most bizarre thing that's ever happened. Oh my God. Everybody is saying, what is your favorite? What is the most? What is this? So many things happen to me. It is so difficult for me to really nail down. I mean, look at my life. Look at all the shit that's happened to me. You want to know what's the most bizarre thing that's happened to me? The fact that I'm still alive is the most bizarre thing that's happened to me, really. Timmy Fox would like to know, would you wear a remake of the Chester ringtail suit? No, because I put on weight since then, and Chester is supposed to be slinky and sexy, and I'm none of the above anymore. And Aldiakarufis says, Kage est toujours ivrogne, il n'est pas toujours saoul. Oui. Akalar says, I think I saw Chester at EF in 2008. Yes, you did, Akalar. That was me. And if you were staring droolingly at Chester's ass, that was me. Anyway. Schools of the Wolf says, I wonder if Kage killed Santa for his hat. Would I do that? Let's see. Kenko Anderson, what made you do streams in the first place? That is actually a very good question, Kenko Anderson. I made a very, very solemn promise to myself. For somebody who likes to drink, it is not a good idea to drink alone. It is tragic and it is sad and it leads to terrible things for a person to sit home alone and just get drunk. You should not do it. But I thought, if I've got a camera on and there's 200 people watching me, I'm not actually alone. So cheers. Maxie Shepherd, you have an iron liver? Yes, I'd have to. Oh, Lock Otter. Hi, Lock Otter. This is Lock Otter's first wine stream. I'd like to ask why a cockroach as your persona. Oh, boy. Okay. All right. Just for Lock Otter, I will tell everybody why I have a cockroach as my persona. It's an old story. If you've heard it already, this is your chance to go have a bathroom break, get some water, get another drink or something. This will take about 3-4 minutes. Anyway. Can't see the hairline. There you go. I got my PhD 1991 from Dartmouth. I was pretty much a Pennsylvania farm boy. I did my schooling in the wilderness of New Hampshire. My very first position outside of my doctorate was on the south side of Chicago. I had never lived in a city before, and in fact, I did not find it at all agreeable. I'm not really a city person. I was quite unhappy in Chicago. Fortunately, I made a friend, a gentleman named Luca, who introduced me to furry fandom. He was the first furry I ever met. This was, fall of 1991. Goddamn. And he told me about this furry muck. Now, I'd heard about furry fandom before that, and when I discovered that you could meet other furries on this newfangled internet thing, which was only just being called the internet at that point, I asked him to, show it to me, and he showed me furry muck. That was where all the furries gathered in the olden days. It was a text-based role-playing environment, and it was fascinating. All these people had these animal personas, and they were like playing them as though they were real. That's for me. So I logged in, and I wanted to make a fursona for myself, but I wanted something unique. I didn't want something run-of-the-mill. I wanted something that would stand out. Let's look. What am I going to do? I went to the bookstore, the University of Chicago bookstore, and I bought Peterson's Field Guide to North American Wildlife. And I started thumbing through it, sitting in front of the computer. A badger? I'm not really a badger kind of guy. Eagle. I know birds of prey. Birds of prey are assholes. I don't want to meet any of them. Fox. There's a couple of those, believe me. Now, I'm going through, no, that's not really right. And while I was looking through, I saw out of the corner of my eye, on top of my monitor, crawling along, was the biggest, blackest, greasiest Asian cockroach you can ever imagine. And I flipped out. I'm like, ah, you! And I took the book and I, go away, shoo. On TV, when you turn on a light, they run away. This thing just sort of reared up at me. And my revulsion gave way to this grudging sort of admiration. And I looked at it closely and I said, my God, you're a ballsy little roach, aren't you? And the wheels started turning, a little Asian cockroach. I started to envision this little samurai cockroach, fearless little cockroach, 4 arms, each with a sword, and I named him Kagamushi, it's a pun on my favorite Akira Kurosawa film, which is Kagamusha, the Shadow Warrior. It so happens, directly translated, Kagamushi means the shadow bug. So it fit. So I created Kagamushi, and I put him onto Furry Muck, and the rest is history. Dash 245 Trip would like to know, were I a bee pound when it came to eating veggies as a kid? Yeah, it was tough to get me to eat my veggies. But it came back to haunt me. Some know this story too. Go back and get another drink. I mentioned my darling friend Ume, who gave me the nice, Indian poster here. Ume has two very, very fine young boys. The oldest is Adam, and he is a dandy, smart little kid. And the kids call me Uncle Sam because I'm friends with their parents. I'm not a birth uncle. I'm a little too pale for that, but it's an honorary title, and I'm very proud to have it. Adam does not like vegetables. He will not touch the vegetables for love or money. And they have no end of trouble with vegetables with the boy. Well, old Uncle Sam decided he would help with the boys, upbringing here. So we were sitting down to dinner one night, and Autumn was like, "Oh my goodness, my razor blades." And I said, "Say, Autumn, you want to know something? Have you ever wondered why your dad is so fit and muscular and your old Uncle Sam is all like, flabby and like that? The reason is I never ate my vegetables when I was a little boy. Your dad always ate his vegetables, and look what it did for him." And Autumn thought about that, and then suddenly he just burst into tears and started sobbing hysterically. And we all looked at each other like, and Autumn's dad leaned over and said, "Autumn, it's okay. You don't have to eat the vegetables." And Autumn said, "But I don't want to look like him." You ever been riffed by a 5-year-old? I got nothing. I got nothing. I'm sorry. Oh, DeMarcy Delacay says, "Hello, Uncle Kage." Hello, DeMarcy. Right tail faux pas. How many years does a person have to be in the fandom before you consider them a gray fur / gray muzzle? It's not what I consider, it's what the person considers. If you feel that you are old, over 30, I guess, that's enough to make you a gray muzzle. If you've got actual gray hair, you certainly are a gray muzzle. And somebody once said to me, before I punched him, "You're only as old as you feel." Well, in that case, I'm 95, all right? Let's see. Bruzo Dragonius. It's talking to somebody else, not me, sorry. Maxie Shepherd says, "How do you say Merry Christmas in German?" You say Fröhliche Weihnachten. And that's why I like it. It's called Weihnacht. Wine night. So, Fröhliche Weihnachten to everyone. Saduk Makto says, "Forgot you were live tonight. Had some Riesling wine." Well, that'll do it. But thank you for coming by. It's great. You haven't missed much. I just been trying to figure out this goddamn YouTube thing. It's already dropped me twice, 3 times, something like that. Skullsy the Wolf says, "If a Dutch angel dragon with a skull for a face walked up to you, would you run or hug it?" I would hug it because I saw that Dutch angel dragon with the skull for a face. And it was kind of slinking up to me, and it was like, "Rawr, I am evil and scary." And I looked at it and I said, "It's Skelephone." And the poor thing just kind of fell over laughing. It couldn't be Rawr after that. No. Oh, and Thello says, "Good Yol." And I said, "Good Yol" to you too. Okay, now all sorts of languages are coming up. Yeah, there's Fröhliche Weihnachten, there's Bon Natal, there's Merry Christmas, there's, what's the Japanese one? Yeah, Merry Christmas, something like that. Paid Slurpee, how often do you stream? Usually after I have wine. Oh, this. Generally once a month. I'll pick a weekend in the month when I have some time. That's pretty much for my lovely patrons because I don't want to run them broke. Plus, one should really not go on a bender like this more than once a month. Kaisis Dorio, have you ever been out sailing? Only on the lake at one of the nicest Canada conventions. That is Camp Ferro. So I've been sailing on a lake, but that's about the only one. And Digits Lin saying, how many languages do you know? That's a loaded question. How many languages can I speak fluently? And how many languages can I fake it in? I'm fluent in English. I can get by fairly well in French. I'm okay in German. I never had formal training, but hell, 15 years of Euro French, you'll learn some German. I took a bit of Japanese, but I'm kind of starting to lose it. And Jianlong has reluctantly been teaching me how to say some things in Cantonese, and they're all nasty. Ulrich says, is Happy Christmas allowed? Now, I heard a story. I don't know if it's true or not, but it was explained to me that the puritanical folk in Britain didn't like the term Merry Christmas because the word merry kind of had a raucous element to it. It implied drunkenness and carousing. Making merry was to basically go out on a tear. And they didn't want to encourage that, so they suggested Happy Christmas. I'll stick with Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. Oh, Burn This Guitar says, I'm at work on break. Shout out to all the nurses out there. Shout out to all the nurses out there. All the folk that provide comfort to the sick and the injured. It may not seem at the time, but we definitely appreciate what you do for us. Bush Dog says, wants to bring me a Cayman Islands rum cake. Make sure you give it to me directly, because if you give it to my security crew, I may never see it. That's how it works. And Tassodon says, coffee mug, wine glass champions. Tassodon, I am drinking Glühwein. This is a hot spiced wine. I don't want to pour it in my nice crystal wine glasses. It's hot. It might crack them. Da Rekka. Can you give me some examples of these Cantonese sayings? Well, let's see. Since Jianlong's not here, I can say them. There's a Ohai Hamsap Guai Lo. There's Jule Lomo. And Yao Hai Le, which all pretty much are things that will get you punched in Hong Kong. And Silver Gautamon points out rightly, I've said that I like getting news stories, but not the getting of news stories. What would you say there's a story that you did enjoy getting? Yes. The story of Duggo, which the patrons know, and the rest of the world will know once I am able to put it up at a story hour. I enjoyed getting that one big time. For the rest of you, I won't keep you too much in suspense. I'll just give you the Reader's Digest version. There's a fellow tried to cheat Anthrocon out of a significant amount of money, several $1,000s. You ever heard the expression, you don't fuck with Uncle Kage? He fucks back hard. I'm enjoying this story. Moving right along. Let's see. Oh, Infinitive Mead says, Hello, Uncle Kage, and a bunch of stuff in a Scandinavian language. Here's a bunch of stuff in a Scandinavian language right back at you. Cockroach has a ferret information. It's like Alkali was here. If Alkali was here, I would give it... Oh, Alkali is here. Hi, Alkali, my dear friend. How are you? Since Alkali is here, I'm going to refill my glass. This portion of the Winestream is brought to you by traditional German Glühwein, Tani Darial's secret family recipe, which must be served warm, which is why I have it in this lovely thermos here. So, we are going to... Oh, son of a bitch. Well, that's the entire bottle of Glühwein. I'm going to have to drink this slowly. By the way, hi, Alkali. Oh, I heard a rumor that the Winestream in January will have Alkali as a special guest. Is that true? Answer, yes. Indeed, Alkali is a darling friend and one of the finest improv comics I know. It will be my pleasure and my honor to have him on this Winestream in January. One tiny little favor I'll ask. The last time Alkali was on my Winestream, somebody died. Don't do that again, okay? All right, anyway. Let's see. And, no, Wild Bill Texas says, wine glass, wine glass, wine glass, wine glass, wine glass, baby bottle? Okay. Broken Wolf. What did you get your mother for Christmas? This is great. She put you up to that, didn't she? I'm not going to tell you. Ma, if you're watching, you're going to have to wait till Christmas to see what I got you, okay? Nice try. Incidentally, I was joking. I was not serious. My dear and sainted father did pass away in January, coincidentally the day after Alkali visited. Anyway, moving right along. Let's see. Also, when Alkali comes to visit, repeat after me. I will not raid Chitabengo's bottle of scotch from the cupboard. My good friend Chitabengo likes scotch. I don't drink scotch, so in my kitchen cupboard, my kitchen's over here, the cupboard under the drawer where all the pot holders are, I keep like mixing bowls and stuff under there. And that's where there is a bottle of scotch that Chitabengo likes to drink from when he comes to visit. When Alkali was here at the Winestream, we got low on wine. Alkali stood up, walked into my kitchen, by some mechanism, some ESP, opened the cupboard underneath the countertop where the mixing bowls were and reached in and pulled out the hidden bottle of scotch. I didn't tell him it was there. He smelled it under there. So, we're not going to do that again, are we, my dear friend? And Tyro says, can the Drag It show all go to Uncle Kage's? I got a sofa bed. I got an inflatable bed. I got my bed. I can handle guests. And Alkali hasn't answered. Strange that. And Cheetah says, Tanya's recipe is great, but it's not a secret. Cheetah, last year at the Sylvester party, I went into the kitchen and there were 6 empty bottles of this sitting there. Don't tell me Tani's got a secret family recipe, okay? Kaisis Dorio says, what is your dream car? The Batmobile. I'd love to have one of those. Cinder the Starfire, did you know something you've been? No. Yes. A bit. Kenko would like to know, do I make Vine videos? Well, I would, but Vine is going away, so I can't. Oh, well. Fat Unicorn says, any sneak peeks into AC for some nosy furs? Yes, I will tell you that our guest of honor has not been invited yet. So, okay, actually, we have invitations out. Once we have confirmed our guests of honor, you guys will be the first to know because you're going to go to anthrocon.org and look, aren't you? Rockhead would like to know, have I been to FWA before? Yes, I went a couple of times in the past. I hope you have a good time. Flair Ultimates would like to know, do I celebrate Festivus? Actually, no, I don't really celebrate any holidays around the Christmas season, with the exception of the New Year and Krampus Nacht on the 5th of December. And Rivka Fox, remember that convention in Long Beach, California? We picked you up at the airport after your bag kept rotating around. We still have the limo. Rivka Fox, is that the same convention where the chairman pleaded with me to loan him money to keep the convention going? Let's not go there. Oh, Tom would like to know my choice of cheese to go with your wine. I happen to like cheese, and having been to Europe, they have some fine cheeses out there. I am very, very fond of Gouda, which you have to ask a Dutch person. It's Gouda cheese. It goes very, very well with a red Zinfandel, which is the only red wine that I drink. Gouda goes well with the red Zinfandel. I like Jarlsberg cheese, too. Scalzi the Wolf is asking me about winter telephone, but I know nothing, Scalzi. I've not been informed, so I cannot answer your question. Lance would like to know, have I seen the movie Zootopia? Lance, of course I've seen the movie Zootopia. We invited the art director for Zootopia to be our guest of honor at Anthrocon in 2016. Of course I've seen it. Oh, Silver is having to shut down computer so significant other can sleep. Good night, Silver, and oh, wait. Silver didn't get to see me draw the picture. Well, you'll see it. You'll see it in post. Thank you very much, Silver. We'll see you soon. And Radeiki the Craze says, am I going to Confuzzle 2017? Radeiki the Craze. My finances are not what they ought to be. Airfare is more than $3,000 from Raleigh-Durham to England, and it's going to cost at least $300, well, actually about $450 with the current conversion, plus food and everything. I'd be looking at roughly $4,000 to go to Confuzzled. I cannot justify the expense. I'd love to go, but I'm sorry, I can't. Jurgen909 says, I just love how he makes fun of the Dutch. The Dutch are fun to make fun of. What I like about the Dutch is they're so tall. Have you ever noticed the Dutch people are all huge? That's actually an evolutionary adaptation. It's in case the dikes break. If the dikes break, they'll be able to survive. All the tall people, all the short ones, drown. Let's see. And Damien, I'm going to repeat for the folks who got here late, we are not going to discuss any political situations on this Winestream, simply because there's no way I can make them any funnier than they already are. Kai says, Dario, can you sing a certain national anthem so I can go to the bathroom? What? You can go to the bathroom, my boy. You don't need me to sing for you to go to the bathroom. Honest, just go. Just do it. Really. Forgive me for not looking. I'm looking down here. Oh, Brighttail says, we loved having you in Toronto. We know you won't come back unless you're a guest. Okay, Brighttail, let me mention this. I generally only go if I'm a guest or if some kind patron of the arts helps me get there. Let's just say that somebody did pass the hat to get me to go to Toronto this year. And since they made such a game effort of it, I really can't disappoint them. So it is very, very likely that I will be showing up at Vernal Equinox this year. Tyro says we have 5 Singapore people here. Okay, Tyro, it's not that I don't believe you, but I would like to see a show of hands. If you are from Singapore, I want to know about it. If there's nobody here from Singapore, I ain't singing it. Now I'm going to look down here to see. And meanwhile, somebody says, have you ever been to San Diego Comic-Con? Nobody goes to Comic-Con anymore. It's too crowded. Let's see. Washo, can you tell a Christmas story? Boy, I'd have to think of a Christmas story. Drax holds up hand tentatively. Drax, okay, it's been a long time since Singapore was part of the British Empire. You cannot claim that you're a Singaporean. Velvian. Okay, Velvian, if you're from Singapore, really? Okay. Velvian just claims to be from Singapore. Let's put it this way. If I were to go up to you and I were to say, don't play la, what would that mean? I ain't seeing no answer. Keiko would like to know, who's the most colorful fursuit you've ever seen or met? I'm inclined to say Lemonade Coyote. You needed sunglasses to look at Lemonade Coyote. And Pinto Katsua is the only Thai in the chat. I don't know your national anthem. I'm sorry. Maybe I should learn it. Broken Wolf would like to know, are you planning to have 2 on a stream soon? Maybe. There's a lot of Dutch people. There's more Dutch people than Singaporeans. I used to have a colleague in the Netherlands. He had the greatest name in the world. His name was Peter Kool. Peter Kool. To an American, you can't have a better name than Peter Kool. And I loved Peter. He pretty much had the same position I had over in Holland. And I started trying to work on my Nederlander so that when I called him, the company was Surex Agree. It's gone now. I thought I will see if I can greet him in his native tongue. I worked on it. I tried. I'm sure I just mangled it, but I worked very, very hard. And I called Peter one day, 01145 is Netherlands, I think. And this voice answered, and I said, Goedemiddag, je spreekt met Sam Conway van Surex Agree in the US. And there was a pause. And Peter said, oh, Sam, for a moment I thought you were a Belgian. Okay. And I see Flair Ultimus flails around Newfoundland. Flair Ultimus, I have walked the streets of St. John's. I visited Newfoundland a number of years ago, and I found it absolutely gorgeous. I actually found myself lying on the underside of a dead humpback whale in Mobile Bay. But that's another story for another day. I also learned to speak the Newfoundland language. Well, I don't say that I learned to speak it, I learned to understand it. It was very, very difficult when I called for a taxi, and the taxi dispatcher said, "Yo, buddy, where you to?" I said, what? He said, "Oh, that's your buddy, where you to?" I'm sorry, I need English, please. The Newfoundland accent is a bizarre combination of like Scottish, French, and Martian. It really is not something that is easy to comprehend, but I did get a lesson. There are some times when you can really pick up what someone is saying. I had gone down to the waterfront in St. John's to watch the fishing boats come in. And it's physically gorgeous. It's very picturesque, very postcard-esque. And I was watching the boats come in, and they came up into their individual slips, and one of them came in, and he was coming in pretty hot, and I was watching from the dock, and I was thinking, how exactly is he gonna slow down? And I watched the bow of that vessel come in and just slam into the rear of the vessel ahead of it, like a New York parking job. And the master of the vessel, whose stern had been hit, came out and said, "Hey, buddy, you fucking me, you're fucking right, but you're fucking buddy, I'm gonna fucking do fucking bad, fuck." I understood that. Oh, John Rarav is like to know, did you miss a drawing time? No, you did not, John. My thermos of Glühwein is empty, and my cup is nearly empty. When the cup is empty, we shall draw some pictures. Oh, and Neo6661 has to go to bed. Would like a good night. Good night, Neo6661. Thank you for joining us tonight, and have a Merry Christmas if I do not see you before that. Let's see. Brighttail Faux Pas. When in Newfoundland did you see the iceberg? Yes. From what the hell was it? Cape Spear. I stood on Cape Spear and there were icebergs out there. So yeah. Wow. The bottle is empty. There's no more Glühwein in the thermos. And my glass is empty. However, I did take the precaution of buying 2 thermoses. So we do have a little bit more Glühwein here. Still nice and hot. Here we go. I can smell the phthalates. Brand new thermos. Can you see the steam? Can you see the steam? I can. Okay. This is probably a good time. I'm going to ask all of you to stop typing stuff because it is time to say my thank yous to my amazing Patreon patrons. I've got a list of them here. I'm going to read off all their names, and then those who give me lots of money have asked me to draw things. Can I draw? No. It doesn't stop me, though. So I'm going to draw some shit. If you don't want to see me draw, go talk among yourselves. But this wine stream is brought to you not only by Tana Darial's Secret Family Recipe Glühwein and by the Thermo Cafe by Thermos, but also by the amazing patrons. And I'm going to read down here, so forgive me for not looking you in the eye. Anti-Blue Fox, Kaisis Dorio, Silver Gatomon, Silent Dawn, Zilver the Viking, Terror Rage, Congo Cheetah, Serix the Bat. Has anybody seen Serix? I've not heard from Serix for about a year. I'm getting a little bit worried, so somebody please tell me. Mikasi, Tuzzy, Wadius the Dragon, Gummy Bjorn, Bossasaur, Angus Lepus, Dragon with a Z, Vincent Delhomme, 2 T.R. Griffin, Bentley Shepherd, Black Emo Amber, Blackfoot Ferret, Bo Tunsis, Dragon King, Moonfrost, Furry Foxes, Glitch, James Blue Jay, Jonathan Harmon, Caraway, my favorite bunny, Mark Hammond, Matthew Blick, McLion Main, Merlin Scorch, Miles Montana, Misha Forest Scales, Firefox, Q Dick, Rayleigh, Raving Rendell, and Solstice. Thank you all very much for your support. You're the ones that make this happen. So now, where's that piece of paper that I had? Oh, here it is. I've got basically what they asked me to draw. So we're gonna switch over to the drawing cam, and hopefully YouTube won't muck this up. So let's see what happens. Drawing. And here's the drawing cam. Hopefully you can hear me and all that stuff. Can you all hear that? I hope so. All right. So, all right. So first off, we're going to bring our booze over here so that we can see it. We're going to put this so that I can kind of see what I'm drawing, because that's kind of tough if you can't see what you're drawing. Okay, it's my amazing Strathmore sketchbook. Okay. All right, art time. Let's see. We have from Anti-Blue Fox. Anti-Blue Fox would like me to draw a whole loaf of wheat bread fighting an invasion of robotic bats. I'm going to say that again. A whole loaf of wheat bread fighting an invasion of robotic bats. Okay. All right. Well, first off, we have robotic bats. Robotic bats have kind of, robotish kind of eyes like that. Yep. And they got these like whatever Batman wings, with like the big fingers coming off them like that, because bats got like all sorts of fingers, right? Yep. And that's a bat. And he's a robot, so he's got an R on his face, okay? And then there's another one. There's another one over here. He's got like robot bat looking ears and a muzzle coming down and these robot eyes. And this one's got more of a nose. And he's got like, na 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 bat bat, na 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 bat bat. Okay, so he's a robot too. And they are being fought by a whole loaf of wheat bread. Okay, we have bread in old Kentucky, but she's just a crumb up here. Okay, so we've got the first piece of bread, and then there's another one like that. This is sliced wheat bread, right? And it kind of comes like that. Yep. But this is badass wheat bread, Yeah. He's totally badass. And this loaf of wheat bread has a very, very large kitchen knife. Yep. Because, get it? It's a bread knife. You see what I did there? Because it's anyway. Okay, so that is a whole loaf of wheat bread fighting off an invasion. This is for Anti-Blue Fox, and it is from Uncle Kage, in case anybody forgot what they're watching on the stream. Thank you very much, Anti-Blue Fox. Next, we have Kaisis Dario. Can you draw me hopefully getting my driver's license next week? Well, I'm going to come over here briefly. I just realized that's not enough light. I'm going to get some more light on the subject, okay? How's this? More light? Ah, that's better. That's better. More light. Okay. So I'm coming back to the thing here. Kaisis Dario, what species are you? I do not know. So Kaisis Dario, tell me what your species is so I can draw you. We are waiting now for the for the, excuse me a second. We're waiting now for Kaisis Dario, a drake. Okay, Kaisis Dario is a drake. Here is Kaisis Dario. Here's a car. We're looking at it straight on, okay? Here's a car, right? And this is the windshield of the car, right? And here's like the hood, and it's like it's a Mercedes. So Kaisis is going to be driving a Mercedes, you know, to his thing here. And Kaisis is a drake. A drake, of course, is a male duck. So we've got, you know, Kaisis is a male duck here, and he is on his way to his driving test, which he's going to pass with flying colors. Yep. And he's got both hands on the wheel at 10 and 2, like he's supposed to, right? And we're going to have turn signals because you're going to signal your intention. Okay, right. And there's the car's wheels down here. Let's put this up where you can see it. And, yep. And, yeah. And it's a Mercedes. Yay! So this is for Kaisis Dario. And I'll say good luck on the driving test. Uncle Kage. Sorry, Uncle Kage. Okay. Next, we have Silver Gatomon. Silver Gatomon is Silver Gatomon. See, get it? Oof. Silver Gatomon, sorry, let's get the wing to see. Silver Gatomon would like me to draw an ugly holiday sweater for Tianlong. Wow. Okay. All right. First, we're going to need Tianlong. Tianlong has kind of a butt-shaped nose, kind of like this, right? Yep. And then he's got the head that kind of comes up like this. Now, he's wearing this really, really ugly sweater, so he's kind of all upset. He's got his dragon floof here, and he's got these weirdo horns that have like kind of like knobbies on them like that, which is really, I don't know, he's into that sort of thing. Okay. All right. No. Okay, so that's Tien. Of course, he's got his noodles coming down here. And poor Tien is obliged to wear, it's going to be like a kind of turtleneckish sweater, right? And his sweater has, well, first off, it's got like a big ugly Christmas tree thing, like here, it's like, that, and it's Christmas tree, and it's got like the Christmas balls on it, and then it's got all these weirdo like snowflakes and stuff, because snowflakes all have 6 points, and no two are alike, because snowflakes are kind of like that. That's actually 8. These are 8-pointed snowflakes. They're actually rubidium flakes. It's not actually snowflakes. And let's see. Here's the thing. This sweater is knitted wool, so it's all scratchy and itchy and all that stuff. And it's got like weird stripes on it for no reason whatsoever. And for reasons no one has been able to figure out, it's got like the flag of Singapore over here on the side. There you go. Okay. That's Tianlong's ugly sweater for the holidays. That is the ugly whatever. Okay. And next, we have the end of the sketchbook. No problem. I got me a brand new sketchbook right here. Here we go. Okay. And the person to pop the cherry of this sketchbook is my old friend Silent Dawn. Now, Silent Dawn, excuse me. Silent Dawn wants me to draw a tiger. I got to come over here. I got to talk to y'all. Okay, ready? Silent Dawn wants me to draw a tiger, and I quote, getting electrocuted by something he's playing with. He wants the good folks in the chat room to decide what the tiger is playing with that is electrocuting him. I'm going to give you some time. Dum 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 dum. Da 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 dum 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 da dum da dum dum. Okay, now the lag is done. What is the tiger playing with? Okay. All right. Half of the answers have to do with dildos or vibrators. Okay, that looks good to me. That looks good to me. Okay. We have Silent Dawn, who is a tiger. Tigers have like big cookie-shaped ears like this, right? But all the fur is standing up, right? And they got like heads are shaped like that. Their muzzle is kind of like somebody's balls, like that. And he's like, wow, the fuck? And he's got stripes because he's tiger, right? Tiger's got stripes like that. And he is being electrocuted by, all right, let's see what it is. He's being electrocuted by a spoon, Mr. Bean, a sword in a thunderstorm, a toaster, Christmas lights, a cucumber, a rooster in a bathtub, a piano, genital electrodes. You knew this was coming, didn't you, Silent? Okay. All right. So he is being electrocuted by an electric cucumber. That's exactly what this is. It is an electric cucumber. And see, you can tell it's electric cucumber because it's plugged into a wall socket here. There you go. Now, I suspect that there's a story behind this. I'm going to wait for Silent Dawn to tell me what it was. Okay. Thank you, Silent Dawn, for your assistance. Next, we have Zilver the Viking, who has gone to bed. But Zilver would like me to draw our friend Duggo. Now, patrons know who Duggo is. So I'm going to draw Duggo. Duggo has a kind of a head that's kind of shaped like this, right? Yep. And he's got close cropped hair, very similar to Uncle Kage. Duggo, however, is a demon from hell, so he's got these big horns sticking out of his head. Yep. And he's got these evil satanic eyes. And as a demon, here's the funny thing, he's got two noses. Demons all have two noses. And he's like, I am a demon with my fangs. Yes, I am scary. And my ears, I have an earring in this ear. Yay. Now, he's very, very rich, so he wears a very, very expensive suit, and a French collar tie there, right? Okay. Yep. But Duggo is also, a devout Mormon because he lives in Utah. And of course, all Utahns Utans live in you. Okay. So that's Duggo. And that's for Silver. Bye, Uncle Kage. Thank you very much, Silver. I hope you're watching this on whatever here, whatever. Okay, next, we have Terror Rage. I love that name, Terror Rage. It sounds so terrifying. Rage. Oh, I forgot a page. Oh, I didn't. Here we go. Okay, Terror Rage. Terror Rage. Draw the persona of your favorite bottle of wine. Wow. Okay. Yeah, hang on. Yeah. Ah. All right. Bottle of wine. There we are. My bottle of wine has a persona. Well, since it's Glühwein, and I was introduced to Glühwein by Tani Darial, we're going to draw Tani Darial, who is kind of Schnolf. You know, Schnolfs have like noses, and Schnolfs have like spots, right? Kind of like measles spots, because they're, yeah. But since the wine bottle has to be the persona, it has a thick, furry snow leopard-esque tail, which also has spots on it. And this is Schnolfwein. That looks good to me. Okay, this is for Terror Rage. Terror Rage by Uncle Kage. And thank you very much, Terror Rage. Okay, what's up next? Well, this is fun. What do you got next? We got this. We have Congo Cheetah. Okay, Congo. Wow, okay. Congo Cheetah wants me to draw two foxes. Okay, two foxes. Standing in an immense golden treasure. One is looking at all the gems he's picked up. The other is grabbing the other fox in worry fashion because there's a dragon watching. Oh boy, okay. This one's got to go this way. Okay, we're going to do this one this way. Okay, we have fox number one. Foxes have like these pointy muzzles, and they have like floof that comes up like this. Yep, and they got fairly big triangular ears. And this one's all happy because he's got, a crown with jewels and stuff on it. And, he's a fox because he has a giant fox tail like that. And he's standing on an immense pile of golden riches. This is yeah, anyway, okay. Now we have other fox. The other fox, he's also a fox. He's got like floof on the side of his face here and the big ears like that. But he's like, dude, and he's like, excuse me, tap, 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 excuse me, dude, we gotta, and I'm like a fox because I have a giant fox tail too. Because up here, we've got, the, great, rawr muzzle and everything. I got fangs, and I am a dragon with teeth, and I got like this big horn on my nose, and I'm off the paper, and it's like, he's like, whoa. This is kind of funny because it almost looks like what he asked for. That's like totally amazing. Okay, this here's for Congo. Thank you very much, Congo. And this is by Uncle Kage. Yep. Okay. Oh, I'm on a roll here. All right. Now, Mikasi did not tell me what to draw. So Mikasi gets a picture of a mug and it's shaped like this, and it says Acme on it, and it's full of steamy goodness, and we've spilled some glue vine on it. There you go. That is for that. That is. Okay, I should probably mop that up. Hang on. All right. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right. Get a blotter and kind of like gently blot it up. Okay. Yep. You get the idea. You get the idea, right? Okay, that works. That works. That's for. I'm gonna have to put that on the other one. Woohoo! Okay. All right. That's what you get for not telling me what you want me to draw, Mikasi. All right. Now, Tuzzy. Okay, I'm going to come back over here. We're going to put the. Hang on. Tuzzy is making this interesting. Here's what Tuzzy wants me to draw. Tuzzy says, let the audience decide as long as it is related to the glue vine. So start talking, guys. What am I going to draw? But it has to be related to glue vine. Let's see what you come up with. I'm waiting. Oh, actually, somebody pointed out I forgot to sign the last page. I'll do that. While you guys are thinking, I'm going to sign the last page. Okay, there we are. All right, all right. It's Uncle Kage. Okay, and that is glue. And this is for Mikasi. All right. So Tuzzy wants me to draw what the audience decides, but it has to be related to glue vine. So what do we got here? Let's see. It's flying in TGR clouds in a rainbow. What? No. A roach drinking from the bottle with a straw. I like that. I like that. Okay. We have the bottle of glue vine. Here's the bottle, and kind of small, right? And it's a bottle, and it kind of comes up like this. Yep. And it's glue vine. And we've got a straw sticking. This is kind of like Tianlong's pink straw. This is a bendy straw, though. Yep. And we've got a roach. A roach, because here's a roach. Yep. And you can tell it's a roach because it's got all these extra legs. There we are. Oops. Sorry. That is a roach drinking from the bottle of glue vine with a straw. There you go. That works. That's for Tuzzy. And this is from Uncle Kage. There we are. Okay, all right. Oh, this is fun. Let's see what else we have. We have Claudius the Dragon. Tianlong decorating the Christmas tree while Uncle Kage drinks all the wine. Wow. Okay, am I still in the center here? There we go. Okay. Well, okay, first off, we've got Tianlong. Tianlong has, again, that kind of butt-shaped nose, right? Like that, yeah. And then he's got like a muzzle, comes up like this, and he's all happy. And then it kind of comes out with floof and all that stuff. And then he's got these weirdo horns kind of come up like that. Yeah, and it's got like flying saucers on those horns. Never could figure that stuff out. Yep. Yep. And he's all happy to be decorating the tree. Now here's the thing. Here's the thing. You will often see Eastern dragons drawn in a very, very snaky, slinky fashion, right? So here we've got the tree. Here's the top of the tree, right? And Tien, he's kind of coming around like that. Yep. And yeah, and he's like, yep, coiled round the tree. Yep. And then he's coming back around like this. Yep, because he's snaky and slinky like Asian dragons can be, right? Yep. And the tree is like going like, and then there's like more coils coming around. Yep. And he's like, yep, like this. And then the tree comes down like this. So, yep. And then there's like the end of Tien, and he has this weird little kind of like, curl at the end of his. You ever notice that there's this kind of curly cue at the end of his tail, kind of like that, kind of comes out like this, like a punching glove or something. Meanwhile, Uncle Kage is over here with his kind of potato-shaped head and his, short hair, and he's had a lot of the wine. Yep. Yep. And you can tell because he's like, he's like, oh, I have had too much wine. What am I going to do? I think I will throw up. Blah. Yep. And Uncle Kage is over here with all his lovely wine. Yep. And you know that he is like totally out of wine because this bottle in his hand is like empty. Yep. And this bottle over here in his hand is also empty. Yep. Hey, you asked for it. Nothing in there. Okay. This is for Wadius. And this is by Uncle Kage. That's me. All right. Got two more here. Okay. Now we got Gummibjorn. I had to think about this one. I'm going to go over here a second. I got some like drawing reference over here. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Now, Gummibjorn wants me to draw a family portrait of me and my family as the personas you think suits them. Oh boy. And here's where I'm really hoping that my sisters ain't watching the Hangman. Ain't watching. All right. Okay. Well, we'll start with Uncle Kage because I'm like the youngster, right? I'm the youngest in the family. There's my potato-shaped head, right? Okay. With the short hair. Yep. But this is a family portrait, so I'm all happy. Yep. But of course, I'm still wearing my nice, shirt like that. Yep. Got to have a tie on. Yep. And then there's my next up sister. She's very foxy. My sister, my next up sister is very foxy. She's got like, foxy head like that. She's quite foxy. Yep. And then there's my other sister. Oh boy. What would she be? Hang on. She was always kind of skinny when we were growing up. So I was, she kind of looked like Wile E. Coyote. So she'd be very much like a guy. Coyotes kind of look exactly like foxes. Yep. But they're a little bigger in ears. And they're very, very skinny. Coyotes are like, I think Mark Twain called them starvation on 4 legs, right? So that's more coyote. And then there's my mom. My mom, of course, she's very wolfish. Wolves have these kind of large, boxy muzzles. Yep. But see, you can tell that's fox, coyote, and wolf. You can see, right? You can see the difference. Yep. And but she's got this very, very nice necklace on because she's very, very classy. right? Okay. And last, well, that'd be my father. My father is no longer with us, so I suppose I got no choice but to make him like, an angel dragon. Because, well, why not? If you're no longer with us, you become an angel dragon, right? Angel dragons have these really, really big eyes, you know, and they have their head, horns and stuff like that, you know, and they always kind of squeak stuff. So that would have to be the angel dragon who is now watching over us. Okay, so that would do it. This is for Gumi Bjorn, with all the umlauts over all the letters and the Bjork in his name there. And this is Uncle Kage. Okay. Now, last but not least, we got Bossasaur. Now, that is a kick-ass name, if you ask me. Bossasaur. Bossasaur said, make sure we can all see this. Okay, right. Bossasaur said, draw the most handsome, intelligent T-Rex you know. Okay, well, let's see. T-Rex. T-Rexes, we're going to draw this one from the front. They had kind of bodies that came down. Then they had these really massive, powerful legs. And they kind of ended in these big, claws down here, right? Yep. And the thing about Tyrannosaurs is they had these comical little tiny, forearms that kind of really, it's like, dude, to hell, what are you gonna do with those? You're not scaring anybody, right? Okay, so we got the Tyrannosaurus body, and at this point, we need to make something handsome. Okay, we need the most handsome, most intelligent. I got just the thing right here. The most handsome, most intelligent Tyrannosaurus we know. Okay, well, this is going to be the most handsome and intelligent Tyrannosaurus that I can come up with. Look at the majesty. See how handsome, see how intelligent he is. There we are. And that's for Bossasaur. Thank you very much, Bossasaur. This is for Uncle Kage. From Uncle Kage. And that is my high-level patrons for whom I am eternally grateful. So thank you all very much. We're going to go back over here to the regular cam. There we go. Hi, everybody, and thank you all very much. Now, I got pee. It happens to all of us. But since I did promise, what we're going to do is we're going to wind up the roach while I have a little break, okay? So, talk among yourselves. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. I'll let you know if everything comes out all right. There we go, there we go. You can stop now, thank you very much. I'm gonna put my mug. There it is, that. Yes, gotta have the mug. You can stop, thank you. Okay, you can stop. All right, let's get back down here where we belong. Yes, hello everybody. You may stop now, thank you very much. I think I wound him up too far. But since Skywolf Alpha asked, did someone make that for him, or was that already existed? Skywolf, 1999. I was going to the Hilton Valley Forge Hotel, shut up! Which is where Anthrocon was going to be held for its first time as Anthrocon, to measure the ballroom for the dealer's room. And I was in there measuring, and they were having a craft fair. And while I was putting my measuring tape down, I looked at one of the booths, and this was hanging up there. And I saw it, and I was like, that's just too freaking perfect. And I said to the guy, dude, how much? And he gave me a price. I said, okay, all right. Okay, who started the breeze? Oh, for God's sake. Okay. Yeah, I got Santa fur in my face. Damn it. Okay. All right. I think that's done. Then Kenko Anderson says, please make an angry Scottish accent. Well, that's very easy to do. Fox Moore taught me that the folks from Glasgow have such a harsh accent, they can say anything. They'll just say a random thing, and it will come out as an insult. So a Scottish person will come in and would say, oh, fuck off, you great bunch of heads clippers, yeah. That's fun. And Knight's Angel points out fur gets everywhere, and it reminds me of a story. One of the Anthrocons, good Lord, I don't know how many times ago it was, but we had a phone call from a housekeeper. She was going to one of the rooms of one of the fursuit makers. Constantly got Santa's balls in my face. Anyway, the housekeeper had gone to the fursuit maker's room where the fursuit maker had been making a fursuit as follows. And, well, those of you who have made fursuits know that it tends to generate a little bit of scrap. The housekeeper called down to the security station, and she said, can you send somebody up here? It looks like a cat exploded. Okay, what's going on? I'm trying to catch up now that I've done all the drawing and everything. I'm seeing a lot of Bree, a lot of Owu. You guys were entertaining yourselves while I was drawing and while I was, having a wee in there, apparently. Tuzzy, Kage, do you have any stories about Anthrocon having to go to court over something stupid? Boy, I wonder if I'm at liberty to discuss that. I'll have to check. Oh, good Lord, it's been a long time. Somebody did try to sue Anthrocon once. Basically, it was a scam, trying to get money out of us, claiming she'd, had been injured and such. It's a wonderful, wonderful story, but again, I'm not 100% certain to what extent I can discuss it. And then, of course, there's the story of Duggo. The patrons know it. The rest of you, well, you'll learn all about it the next time I do a story hour. Over Lone Wolf says, Red Cross story. That would take the rest of the night, Over Lone Wolf. And I really don't care to get into it now, but I'm going to paraphrase for everybody else. I'm going to tell you a story that's going to take you back to the middle of the 19th century. What year was it? 1850-something. Somebody can look it up for me. A Swiss businessman by the name of Henri Dunant was on his way to have a meeting with the Emperor of France because he wanted to do some kind of Swiss business. France at the time was at war with Italy and with Austria. I'm not sure who was on whose side. Maybe it was a three-way they were having. But Monsieur Dunant was in a carriage, and they were riding past a little town in Italy called Solferino. Oh, the Italians were fighting the war too. Everybody was fighting back then. Monsieur Dunant looked out the window of the carriage. In the setting sun, he saw that there had been a battle that day, and he was horrified beyond belief because the battlefield was strewn with thousands of wounded and dying soldiers who were just lying there, moaning, calling for help, calling for their mothers, pleading, and no one was there to help them. Because in those days, if you were a common soldier, you died. If you were an officer, maybe they would come out and pick you up, but the everyday foot soldier, you were on your own. Dunant was so stunned, so overwhelmed with dismay at what he saw, he ordered the coach driver to stop. He jumped out of the coach and he ran onto the battlefield and he tried to help one man, and he quickly realized there was nothing a single man could do. So he ran into the town and he started getting all the townspeople together saying, we have got to do something. For these guys, the war's done. They're not soldiers anymore. These are boys who are suffering. And he convinced the townspeople to go out and collect as many of the wounded as they could, bring them into the church, bring them into the town hall, bring them into their homes, give them water, patch up their wounds. The ones they couldn't save, Dunant sat down with them and took dictation as they wrote final letters home to their loved ones. I will write, yes, what you want me to tell your mother. And these soldiers, nothing like this had ever been done before. This was a very, very new concept. And these soldiers, as these Italian people were taking care of them, the soldiers would say, you do realize I'm Austrian, you do realize I'm French. And the word of the day was tutti fratelli. That's what the townspeople said. Tutti fratelli, all brothers. At this time, we're not fighting. At this time, we are all brothers. They saved who they could save. They comforted who they couldn't save. Dunant never got to meet with the Emperor of France. He was too rattled, too shaken by what he had seen. So he went back to Geneva and he met with a bunch of his rich buddies and he said, guys, you're not going to believe what I saw. There has to be something. There has to be an organization that is politically neutral. It does not answer to a monarch, that will be able to provide aid to men on the battlefield who are wounded, who otherwise would have no recourse. And his friends thought that was a capital idea. So they organized this group and they wanted to come up with a name for themselves, and they argued about it, you know, Hell's Angels. No, it doesn't sound very, very good. The Breakfast Club. No, that's too flippant. Well, they took the flag of Switzerland, which is a white cross on a red background, and they reversed it, made a red cross on a white background, and they called themselves the International Committee of the Red Cross, whose duty it was to provide solace and comfort to soldiers on a battlefield who were no longer able to fight. And that mission very quickly spread to assisting sailors at sea, and then quickly to victims of disaster on land, civilians in war and civilians in natural disasters. That was a remarkable beginning, an outstanding idea. that has become so pitifully corrupted, so twisted that it is no longer any semblance of what Monsieur Dunant originally had thought. The Red Cross today exists to make money for the Red Cross. They don't give a flying rat's ass about disaster victims or about guys wounded on the battlefield. They will only do what they have to do to bring in donations, and they will do nothing more. How do I know this? I used to work for them. I was the guy that gave out money to disaster victims. And I know exactly how much went out, and I know exactly how much came in. And if you think for one moment that their claim that 91 cents on a dollar goes directly to disaster victims is accurate, you got another thing coming. Unless direct assistance to disaster victims includes purchasing $4,000 extinct wood bookcases for the CEO of a chapter. If it includes direct assistance to disaster victims, renting sports cars for staff members to drive around town in. That symbol that at one time stood for humanity and mercy now stands for greed and corruption and selfishness. And it makes me sick to my stomach even to see it. Cheers. You asked. Kenko Anderson, what's the budget for running a whole FurCon? That depends. It could be as little as $100. If you want to run Anthrocon, we're looking at $750,000 right now. I'm still working on the numbers. But Anthrocon 2016 roughly was about $750,000. And Amber is a poem mistress says, I've been going drink for drink with you, and so far I'm still fine. And Uncle Kage, what is your most preferred winter drink? Well, Glühwein, I should say. Oh, by the way, if anybody from the American Red Cross is watching this, if you want to pull some of your gangster things with me, if you want to threaten me, if you want to try some of your extortion saying, don't speak out against us because it's the disaster victims that will suffer, go ahead. Been there, done that. Let's dance. TC Mutt, who was the ball turret gunner you talked about one time? That would be Staff Sergeant Paul R. Gordon, United States Army Air. Well, it was the wasn't the Air Force at the time; it was the Army Air Force at the time. An old friend of mine who passed away. Boy, was it 2 years ago? Time sort of ceases to have any meaning when you're my age. But I knew a gentleman who fought in World War II. Who was shot down by the Luftwaffe, was taken in by a French family, and I very, very shortly expect to receive a Christmas card to translate for an elderly lady who was a little girl of 9 years old when this American flyer was put into her bed in a farmhouse in France. She's still alive, and I still correspond with her on Paul's behalf since he has passed away. But Paul Gordon was a hero to me, not because he was, John Wayne, not because he got shot down, not because, he did anything spectacular for the war effort, because he survived 3.5 years in a German POW camp with his sense of humor intact. That's a hero to me. Nisbet says, do you mean Army Air Corps? Yes, I do. Thank you, Nisbet. I was stumbling. I forgot. U.S. Army Air Corps. Somebody recently sent me the lyrics to the Hogan's Heroes song. And the whole idea of Hogan's Heroes was a bunch of prisoners in a German POW camp who were pretty much in charge of the camp. They were running an anti-war effort while the Germans were kind of stumbling around, not even aware of it. Paul told me that Stalag 17 was really more Hogan's Heroes than you would think. Because the German guards did their best to take care of the prisoners. They weren't monsters. They weren't evil. They weren't trying to hurt these men. Everybody in that camp was there because they couldn't fight anymore. The prisoners were there because they'd been caught. The guards were there because they'd seen too much shit. The guards at the camp were done. And the attitude of the camp guards was, look, guys, all of us are kind of retired now. We're on the sidelines. Just behave yourselves. Let's see how this plays out, okay? Yeah. You look at the movies. In the movies, the commandant, oh, the prisoners have a radio. We must find the radio. Get the radio. Paul said, there were 3,000 guys and 1,000 radios. The Germans gave them to us because the Red Cross would send us chocolate and cigarettes. The Germans couldn't get chocolate and cigarettes. They were desperate. They'd bring us radios, wire cutters, maps, you name it, just to get the chocolate and the cigarettes. The sergeant would come in, Achtung! And he'd have the bandolier with all the stuff. There wasn't no ammunition in there. There'd be like stuff. What do you have to trade? So it was they were enemies, but a companionly relationship because everybody sort of understood that we're sort of, we're in a holding pattern now. Now it is the duty of every soldier who is a prisoner to escape. So they did, or they tried. Paul was an old coal cracker from, I believe, Schuylkill County. I had to look up and see if his town, Tamaqua, Pennsylvania, I think that's in Schuylkill County. But he was a coal miner. So he was put in charge of aerating the tunnel that they were digging. They dug, and just like in the movie Stalag 17, they built it under the stove, and they took the dirt out in their pants, you know, and kind of like walked around, let the dirt fall out of their pockets through their pant sleeves and onto the ground. They had a wonderful tunnel, and Paul was very proud because it had lights and ventilation. He'd done a great job. And one day, they figured it out. The whistle blew, the door kicked open, the guards came in with what Paul called the ponies, these German shepherds. Rawr, rawr, rawr. All the guys had to jump up in their bunks because the ponies were coming in. And the ponies now they're going, rawr, rawr, rawr. And the guards came in, they pushed aside the stove, and they found the tunnel. Now in the movies, there were horrible, horrible retributions for that. Well, in this one, they just got a big tank and drove it back and forth in the yard to kind of flatten the tunnel down. The commandant came in with a little Polaroid camera, and he was taking pictures and everything, documenting it, because Germans love to document stuff. And when he was done, he turned to them with a big smile on his face, and he said, "Gentlemen, we have been in the business of finding them and destroying them longer than you have been in the business of creating them." And then he walked out. Paul told me a wonderful, wonderful series of stories. One of these days, I may well make a YouTube video. I'll talk to his widow, make sure it's okay with her. I might just make an entire YouTube video of the stories that Paul told me, just to make sure they're preserved. Let's see. Binary says, how long is left of the stream? Well, Binary, it's whenever the wine is done. I'm sorry. There was, I'm thinking now to a story that Paul told. There's a movie called Stalag 17. It's a wonderful old black and white film. And I sat and I watched it with Paul, who was a prisoner at Stalag 17. Because I wanted to know what was accurate and what was Hollywood. Well, Paul was giving me a running commentary. His favorite part, when he just busted up, there was a scene in the movie Stalag 17 when the prisoners receive a big shipment from the Red Cross. Now, at this point in the war, they're starving. The Germans weren't denying them food. The Germans didn't have any food. The guards gave them what they could, but the Germans were starving too. This big shipment came from the Red Cross, and the prisoners were like, digging into it. And in the movie, it's ping pong balls. And Paul saw that, and he just threw his arms up, and he was laughing. Where the hell did they get that from? That's such shit. Oh, my God. And I said, so what happened? He said, it was hockey sticks. They didn't send us ping pong balls. They sent us hockey sticks. We had hockey stick stew, hockey stick souffle, hockey stick under glass. So I know the whole story. And Toby Floof says, what's going on? Well, Toby, if you don't know, maybe it's time to go to bed. Striker Husky, Uncle Kage, will you ever come to BLFC? I'm afraid not. Because reasons. Snowcat Yuki Shido says, I'm stuck at a tabletop gaming store, so no booze for me. Well, Snowcat, I was a tabletop gamer years ago, and I used to do my gaming in a tabletop gaming store, and I don't see how that precludes you having any booze, if you know what I'm saying. Kawa to you 788, my mom is a big fan of yours. She wants to dress up as Aunt Kage at the next Anthrocon. Go ahead. If she dresses up as Aunt Kage, I will introduce her to the actual Aunt Kage and Grandma Kage, and we'll all have dinner together. How's that? Oh, and Kevin Juarez says, Uncle Kage, we're both here. What do you think of the German products? Products of what? I demand this as a response. Der Onkel Kage. Okay. Ja, the products sind sehr gut. Whatever defect they are, these products, ich kenne nicht. TC Mutt. What about the guy that shot him down? TC Mutt is asking about the guy that shot down Paul Gordon. That guy was a German ace. His name was Otto Stamberger. And when Paul hit the ground, he was pretty banged up. I mean, he had bullets in him. He was shot all to hell. He landed in that farm field, and he kind of stood up. He was bleeding everywhere, and he looked up, and there was a big German fucker wolf. Paul always said, the fucker wolves. I'm sure he could have pronounced it better, but he always said, the fucker wolves. This fucker wolf fighter was coming at him at treetop level. Paul said, I didn't know what to do. I just done that. And he wagged his wings, flew over me, and took off. Because that's how it was back then. That's how it was. That's how flyers were back then. Paul and Herr Stamberger used to send Christmas cards back and forth for many, many years after the war. Paul showed me one of the Christmas cards. It was, of course, in German, but a friend had translated it. It was a nice little, Christmas card, and Herr Stamberger had added, I wanted you to know I feel very badly about your 5 crewmates who didn't get out of the wreck. Please understand, I was shooting at your engines. I was not shooting at you. My job was to bring down the plane. And Paul actually treasured that sentiment because, yeah, in war, you tend to objectify things. You tend not to think about the human toll. And that Luftwaffe pilot's job was to bring down the aircraft, and he did not have the luxury at the time of thinking about the men in it. But at least he felt badly about it. Skulls of the Wolf. Uncle Kage, do you remember seeing a black wolf thing with 3 white stripes on its muzzle at Arizona FurCon? Okay, Skullsy, Arizona FurCon took very, very good care of Uncle Kage. There's not a lot that I remember. If you showed me a picture, it would probably come back, but a lot of the con is something of a blur because they are exquisite hosts. Let's leave it at that. And Ulfric Stormcloak says, native Pennsylvania fur here. Okay, Ulfric, where in Pennsylvania? I want to know. I'll wait for the lag to go off and we'll talk about that. Dagans Linsang, how do you spell the ace Otto's last name? Stamberger. It's S-T-A-M, might be 2 M's, B-E-R-G-E-R. Now, here's the interesting thing. The official Luftwaffe records give the credit for the kill to another pilot. But unofficially, we know that it was Otto because Otto has a photograph of a plane he shot down. He's standing there next to the tail of the plane, you know, hey, I got this one. The tail number is the tail number of Paul's plane. There you go. Even the Luftwaffe didn't always get things right. Ulfric is from Northeast Philadelphia. Okay, Ulfric, I'm from the western suburbs, but I still can do the Philly accent when I want it. It's beautiful if you ask me. Oh, Cell Dragon is going to bed. Good night, Cell or Kel Dragon. Thank you very much for coming tonight. I hope you were not bored out of your skull. Joe Nickens, I think Uncle Kage is a legend. Yay, I can imagine they would all treat him as a super guest. You'd be surprised. Let's see. BT Beowulf, yes, Stato. Otto Stamberger, his nickname was Stato. And Saint the Pine Marten, ever met an Irish fur? Curious, since there aren't many of us. Well, actually I have. There were some Irish gentlemen at Confuzzled, sat down with me with the intent of discussing business, maybe making an Irish FurCon. I'm not really at liberty to discuss the details of it, but yes, I have met Irish furries. James Maloney, how many German Shepherd fursuiters have you seen? A lot. A lot. There's Huskies, there's Wolves, there's Foxes, and there's German Shepherds, the big 4. Kenko Anderson, ever done a drinking contest? I'm going to stop right there. Please, never try to engage me in a drinking contest. You might think it's fun, but I've made a number of people really sick who've tried to do that. Let's not, okay? You know, this is not, you know, how big is my wine dick here? You know, just, if you want to drink with me, drink with me. It's not a contest, though. Let's not get ourselves hurt. Safar Austin, how many deer fursuits have you seen? I've seen a couple. There's a reindeer. Oh, what is his name? He's a reindeer. He's got like jingle bells in his horns. If anybody knows that suit, remind me. It's a very, very cute suit. Cameron likes Mutki. What's the best wine have you had? The best wine is the wine that's in my hand at any given time. Ryan the Punk Pony would like to know, ever been to Ulster? I've never actually been to Ireland proper. I've flown through an airport. That's not really visiting the country, though. Oh, Jeremiah Waller is going to bed. Sayonara, Yamate. Saber Husky. Ever been to a Russian fur-con? I have not. I do recall, wow, it was, what is the name? There was a fur-con in Kiev, in the Ukraine. When Russia invaded, it was like right at the time of the con, and they held it anyway. These are badass furries. I mean, Ukrainians, you cannot beat these guys. And I was worried. I was corresponding with one of their senior staffers, and I said, I'm really worried about you. And he said, oh, it's okay. The fighting's at least 20 miles away. In this country, that's a trip to the mall. Holy crap. It was that con. I've never been able to find it since. I was looking for it. There was a picture of like a fursuit group, and one of the fursuits has a Kalashnikov automatic rifle in his hand. I'm like, okay, God forbid Americans never have to go through that. Cricket Whitetail, Rory, yes, Rory the reindeer, you are correct. That's who I'm talking about. Let's see. James Maloney, do you ever drink with Russians? I do, but you have to know when to stop. See, the Russians, they'll do this thing where they'll like kind of, and you're supposed to, and then they'll try to pour their drink into yours. That's when it's time to go to bed. Believe me. Let's see. Oh, Alchemy Vapor says, hi from the UK. Hello, good to see you. Rox Colley says, I was highly amused by the endless stream of wine was brought to it Confuzzled this year. Will we have a repeat performance in 2017? Rox, I'm afraid we will not. The airfare to get from the U.S. to Great Britain at that time of year is well outside my means. I cannot justify the expense of going to Confuzzled this year as much as I would dearly love to. Kawa to you, 788. I told my mom what you said about Aunt Kage, and she was so tickled. It's a date. Come on by, we shall have dinner. Striker Husky asked, good question, the best vacation spot you would love to go to that you've never been to? Well, Striker, how would I know what is the best vacation spot if I've not been there? There's a few places I would like to see, but I can't really say they're the best vacation spot until I've actually experienced them. Barney, oh, Barney, hello. Barney is calling from the Netherlands, and I can say, goedemiddag, Barney. Let's see. Amber would like to know, Kage, can my hat have your hat? She is highly amused by your balls. Moving right along. Okay, anyway. David Simons, do you curse yourself for alcohol-induced memory loss? So no, I treasure them. Sometimes they're all that keeps me sane. James Maloney, who are your favorite people to drink with? People who pay the tab. Doc Jones, 7961. Can't wait to attend my first Anthrocon. You two and Telephone were big influences into me getting into the fandom. I'll be sure not to bother you unless you're free. Okay, Doc Jones, I will tell you the code at Anthrocon. If you see me walking very rapidly and purposefully, that's not the time to talk to me. I'm on my way to kill somebody. If you see me walking slowly, aimlessly, absolutely, please. You are more than welcome to come to talk to me, but be aware there's a little thing in my ear with a wire on it. At any time, I can suddenly go, whoop, excuse me, gotta go. TP Links. From third wave feminism to politics, how would you rate 2016? TP Links. I want 2016 to be gone. We have lost so many good people this year alone. 2016 has been cursed. I lost my own father. We have lost some people in the fandom. The world has lost personalities that will never be replaced. 2016 has got to end, and it cannot end soon enough for me. Saint the Pine Martin says, opinions on pine martins. They're too soft. I think oak martins are a lot sturdier. Is Alkali still here? I thought he would have gone and done something important. Alkali, if you're here, raise your top hat. Let me see. And Fat Unicorn Z21, how shallow is the river behind the conference center? A little too shallow, actually. We're going to have to take care of that. Chris O, have you ever fursuited as your own character? No, I have not. There is no Uncle Kage fursuit. There are people who have tried and impersonated me, but I've never done it myself. Let's see. Broken Wolf. Uncle Kage, do you ever go to conventions for chemists? Yes, I do. The American Chemical Society. There are all sorts of conventions that chemists can go to. The thing is, I have to get work to pay for those, and that can be a bit of a chore. I was, in fact, at one in California in April, and I sat down with a German colleague of mine. Okay, not exactly trade secrets, but there were some things that this German colleague knew about that I wanted to know about, and he was kind of reluctant to tell me. So I took him to the bar, and I learned everything. And Knight's Angel says, no idea where my mind went. But you wrote that backwards and you thought you were so clever, didn't you? A fursuit of Uncle Kage is just an old man with short graying hair in a lab coat. That's your Uncle Kage fursuit. Maxie Shepherd would like to know my New Year's resolution. Maxie, my New Year's resolution is to be not to make any resolutions because they're stupid. But if I had to make a New Year's resolution, I've got to lose 10 pounds. I've been trying very, very hard. Fortunately, wine doesn't have any calories in it. Hi, Furry Trainer. Good to see you. Upstar Willington, the Orange Ant is your son. I've seen the Orange Ant. I did not realize you were family. Very, very good to know that. Okay. Ulrich says, what element mugs do you have from ACS? I've got some, fancy ACS mugs with like the gold bullshit around here. Barney is going to bed. Barney, have a good evening. My God, Barney, have we really known each other like frickin' 10 years now? Holy crap, time flies. But have a good night, my friend. And Aldia Kalufis, wow, cut out added sugar. I have tried. I tend to eat, I only get fresh fruits and vegetables. I try not to eat processed foods. I don't drink orange juice. I don't drink soda. I do drink wine, though. Saint the Pine Martin, can you give us an estimated date of the next Winestream and what site it's going to be on? Well, Saint the Pine Martin, the next Winestream is going to be, pardon me, the third weekend of January. Somebody look that date up for me. I don't know what site it will be on, but I am fairly confident that I will be able to coerce my old friend and highly talented improv comic Alkali to join me at that Winestream, the third weekend of January. Striker Husky, my top 3 hotels that have given you so much excellent service. Well, that's not really a fair question, Striker. Westins, of course, Hiltons, and Marriott's. But that's not really a good comparison, because at those hotels, I go in and I go up to the counter and the frazzled clerk, my face has stopped. I am looking at myself and my face has stopped. So, there I'm moving again. Okay. I thought I'd stopped. Westins, Hiltons, and Marriott's. I walk into them and they're like, yeah, sorry, sir, we're very, very busy. And I say, hello, my name is Sam Conway. And they go, oh, you're him. I say, well, yeah, I suppose I am. I always get good service. What can I say? Kenko Anderson, what is your gift wish for Christmas? Kenko, are you serious? What is my gift wish for Christmas? For just one day, I want people to stop fucking killing each other. That's the only gift I want. Tuzzy, if you were to buy a costume, what size would it be? Say it would be for you to wear large. Okay, Tuzzy, I have a 16.5-inch neck, 46-inch chest, 34-inch sleeve. You figure it out. TC Mutt says it really is going to be 40C here today. TC, are you in Southeast Asia or Australia? Because you certainly aren't in the United States. Long Jian Quan says, what do you think of the Estral Hotel? The Estral is a fantastic hotel. They're very, very well run. They got a good crew and they're well laid out. I like the Estral. That's in Berlin, by the way. It's the largest convention hotel, I believe, in Europe. Somebody correct me. Tom says, is there a time where you think authority within the fandom is too high? Well, Tom, I don't really understand your question. Authority is too high? I don't get it. In the fandom, authority is really only exercised if it needs to be. If somebody's idea of fun is encroaching on somebody else's fun, that's when authority has to be exercised. If somebody is basically being a selfish cunt, and you'll forgive me for the phrase, authority has to be exercised. We do it so that the maximum amount of people can have the maximum amount of enjoyment. If there is a small minority who are thinking only of themselves, something has to be done. For a trainer, I'd like to know, do I still do yoga? I still do, not in a class, but I still do yoga on my own. I still work out every morning. I lift weights, and there's a beautiful, beautiful lake outside these windows here with a path around that I run every day. Dareka would like to know how warm is my glue vine? These are very, very good thermoses. My glue vine is still very warm. Oh, and Ulfric has got to go. Ulfric, thank you for coming tonight. Maxie Shepherd, do you have any pets? I like dogs and cats, but I work very, very hard. I work long hours and I travel a lot. It really wouldn't be fair. I do, however, have a strong fondness for my intestinal parasites. They actually are really, really very, very cute. They take care of me. I take care of them. So they're the closest thing to pets that I have. Black Cat, quit of the year. Uncle Kage is a cunt. Okay, when you hang out with Australians, that horrible four-letter word, C-U-N-T, they tend to bandy it about the way we use the word bastard up here. So you'll forgive me, I have adopted it. Sinister Shadows, what's your favorite fruit that's not fermented in a booze? Well, Sinister, that's what fruit's for. I don't get it. I don't know what you're talking about. Washo, did I miss Kage singing? Actually, Washo, I have not sung this evening. No Singaporeans. Oh, Amber, what's the most favorite animal you've timeshared? The neighbors across the way have a cat. His name is Aramis. I have a 10% timeshare in that cat. So does the gentleman upstairs. Because, well, you know how cats are. Nobody really owns a cat. The cat will act like you own it if it's convenient at the time. So if Aramis is cold or he wants some loving, he'll come up to me like, oh, I'm your cat. Yes, so that's, yeah. So we each have a 10% timeshare in that cat. And John Rara says, can I read this? And then there's a bunch of Chinese. No, I cannot. Skull the Wolf, would you ever invite Taylor, Lamar, or Alexander, all these people with 2 R's at the end of their name, to be a guest on your Winestream? I don't know these people. I would have to investigate. Fat Unicorn, any advice for someone who's doing a history of anthropomorphism presentation for a final project? Talk to Fred Patton, P-A-T-T-E-N. Fred is one of the founders of the fandom. He's been there since the beginning. He can tell you anything you need to know. Let's see. Well, the most detrimental recent Silver Godamon points out Gene Wilder. Yes, we have lost so many people this year. Let's see. Awesome Rusty Rex. If I get a Singaporean to watch this vid, will you sing? Rusty, if you can get a bona fide Singaporean to log into this chat, I will sing. Okay, how's that? Maxie Shepherd would like to know how I met 2 Griffin. I think it was Midwest Fur Fest. God, 2000, something like that. This kid, practically a teenager, he is going to be doing comedy. It's just like, and he came up and he's talking to me. He's like, oh, Uncle Kage, I'm going to be doing a show. Would you go to it? I'm like, yeah, kid, whatever the hell. I'll go to your stupid little show. And I went to the kid's stupid little show, and I'm sitting in the audience thinking, God damn it, this kid's good. And that's how I met To the Ranting Griffin. Let's see. Nitro Wolves, the time the 2 was the furry mob boss. Do I remember that story? I certainly remember that story, but that story is for 2 to tell. Kay Brandon, will you sing Walking in a Winter Wonderland? Maybe. It depends on how much booze I have. Of course, I like, was it Weird Al had the version? Walking around in women's underwear. That's a fun version. Ah. Rabbit hyena. How do they write the bottled by date on sake? I'd like to inform my customers if sake is still good. What are some of the better sakes to enter my place? Don't go away. Rabbit, this is for you. I'll be right back. Okay, Rabbit, and any sake fans out there. It can be a little tricky to find out when a sake was bottled. Remember, sake does not last longer than 18 months in the bottle, and more than 12 months is getting a little bit iffy. This is a bottle of sake. I'm not going to drink it tonight. I am saving this because I've got company coming over the holidays. This is Hakuryu, the white dragon. I'm going to turn it round. There is a figure that is obviously stamped on it. This is not part of the printing. The Japanese have a tendency to write the year first, followed by the month. This is June of 2016. That indicates the sake was placed in the bottle June of 2016. I have a lovely, lovely bottle of Dasai 50. This is Dasai, which is one of my favorites. Now, you notice down here, if you read the Japanese, that actually does tell you the bottling date. That is 11 of 2015. This sake's been in the bottle just slightly longer than a year. I'm going to need to drink this very, very soon. Typically, they will put the year followed by the month. Sometimes for export, they reverse it. It gets a little tricky. If they do not show the date at all, I don't buy it. I'm going to put these back in the fridge, pardon me, because sake doesn't like heat. It doesn't like light. Keep it in the refrigerator. Keep it cold. Keep it dark. Be right back. I'm back. Hello. Bobaka says, glue sake? No. Oh, Skywolf Alpha, are either of those sweet? Not really sweet, but mellow. Those are both very, very mellow sakes. The Dasai is the best sake that I have tasted. That's a Dasai 50. It's a Daiginjo, but it's right at the edge of Daiginjo. Dasai makes a 39, which is very, very good, and a 23, which is exquisite. I recommend it. Oh, and somebody's saying, Alkali, he's hiding it in the fridge, under the sink, and in the water box above the toilet. No, Alkali knows about the cabinet where the mixing bowls are kept, right? Kasi Kata says, hugs from Germany, hugs from the United States. Kasi, thank you. Nisbit asks, Kage and Alkali, how did you two meet? I honestly don't remember. Alkali, how did we meet? Maybe we should discuss that on the next Winestream. We're going to table that discussion till January because I quite frankly don't recall. I feel I've known Alkali all my life. Oh, St. Irish Sniper, what cons will be attending in 2017? Well, if you scroll back about 2 hours, the cons I'm attending in 2017 are going to be Convergence in January, Fur Squared in February, my first time there. I'm very, very excited for that. Vernal Equinox in March. What the hell is that? Oh, Motor City FurCon in April. possibly SunnyCon in June. We're working on that. That's in England, in Newcastle upon Tyne. Anthrocon, of course. Indie FurCon, Eurofurence. We very, very much hope Fur Reality, and we very, very much hope Arizona FurCon. Those are the cons that I am looking forward to in 2017. And John Raravis says, have you ever tried soju? Yes, I have, and I'm never going to try it again. Soju tastes like the devil's asshole, and trust me, I know what that tastes like. I'm never going to try soju again. Ocarina says, there's a spider in my room. Patience, settle down, calm, take a deep breath. Ocarina, the spider is your friend. There are many, many horrible things could be in a room that spider has either eaten or chased away. Go to Twitter and look up the account, Hi, We Are Spiders. You will think differently about our little 8-legged friends. And Raven Reynolds says, you're going to First Squared? I think I am. Alkali, am I going to First Squared? I still have a lump on my head. Oh, Saint the Pine Martin is off. Thank you for coming tonight, Saint. It was good to see you. Toby Floof, he noticed me a bit ago and I'm so happy. Toby, I'm noticing you again. I'm noticing you in 3D, Toby. And I'm so glad you're here. Nitro Wolves, the devil's asshole, he says. How do you know what that tastes like? Nitro Wolves, I go back to the 60s. Trust me. Alkali says, oh, I have a room for you and wine for you, and I drank the wine. Well, you better get more wine. Dude, we had an agreement, okay? Let's see. Oh, Tuzzy says, I'm going to bring you a Hamtaro costume. Don't. Dark Fox Pirate says, please notice me. I will notice, Dark Fox Pirate. I am going to notice you. I am noticing you. Now I'm going to wait for people to flip out. They always do when I do that. And Chaos Infinitum. There's a rumor Rainforest is trying to resurrect itself. Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Rainforest is not trying to resurrect itself. Another group is trying to reignite interest in a furry fandom in that area. If it succeeds, would I possibly attend? Like I always say, if they were to invite me, I would consider it. Broken Wolf says, where's the creepy old guy? All I see is a handsome young man. Broken, you've had too much to drink. Go to bed. Oops. Gotta get my face back on so I can see my face. Let's see. Lore the Bat, my poor ears. Lore, have you seen this before? You're supposed to turn the sound down. You know that I make noise and sometimes blow people's eardrums out. Now, Vovaka made a comment about the Rainforest thing. Give folk a chance. Yep. Rainforest made some mistakes. They did some things very well, and they did some things that perhaps they could have done better. The new group coming in is looking to improve. Give them the chance. Give them the opportunity. Fat Unicorn, what would you do if big group like 10 people came to AC all wearing Kage for President shirts, I would throw 10 people into the Allegheny River. Thank you very much. Alchemy Vapor. What FurCon did you say was in the UK? Alchemy Vapor, you want a FurCon in the UK? That is Confuzzled. It is in Birmingham, and they're in May, I believe. If you prefer, in Newcastle upon Tyne, there's an anime convention called SunnyCon. It used to be in Sunderland. It's now in Newcastle, but that's in June. Let's see. Ocarina says it's called ear rape. Okay. Let's see. Cricket Whitetail. It's my goal to have a picture in suit with you at AC 2017. I saw you a few times. You were marching off with that. I'm going to shove a pike up someone's rear face every time. Again, if I am moving rapidly and purposefully, that's not the time to talk to me. But if I'm strolling in a slow fashion, please come up and speak to me. I could probably use it. Let's see. Washo says, notice me in Spanish. El noticio el gato. And Kumbiso, I'm impressed with how quickly your speech can go from normal to loud. I learned from the best being alkali bismuth, believe me. Striker Husky says, my cat Tigger is watching the live stream. Oh, Tigger's watching? Okay, this is just for Tigger. Tigger, get it. This is for Tigger. This is for Tigger. Get it, for God's sake, get it. Okay, enough of that shit. Okay, anyway, oh boy, Maxie Shepard would like to know what's the cringiest fursuit you've ever seen. I'd like to tell you, Maxie, but politically it's difficult for me because it will get back to the person. Trust me, I've seen some fursuits that I really want to scrub my eyeballs from. Oh, Christine Christensen, hi from Denmark. Skål, Christine. I'm very, very glad you're here. Thank you for joining. Let's see. Hello, Salzman. Can you curse in German for us, Kage? Yes. Verpiss dich. Kanar, you get $10,000 in 5 minutes to spend it. What do you buy? My virginity back. And Jamie Welsh says, hello from Scotland. Well, hello, you great bunch of hedge clippers. And Richard Wilkes wants me to notice you again. Well, I did, didn't I? And BT Barrow says, Gott verfluchte Scheiße. And Aldia Kalufa says, Kage, swear in French. It's hard to swear in French. There was a movie that put it very well. It's like wiping your ass with silk. I'm going to swear at you in French. Va-tu faire foutre? Je vous méprise. Yeah, that's the best the French can do. Bruzo Dragonius, swear in Aussie. Oh, that's easy. I'm a Yank. Fuck it. Yeah. And John Raravis, please notice me in Russian. Okay. Dobry dien. And Amy S. says, next time somebody states for Kage to notice them, their muzzle will be stuffed with cookies. Yes, cookies. That's a better thing than I was thinking. Okay, all right, that works. And James Maloney wants to notice. And Dave Irvine wants to know, can I swear in Filipino or Samoan? I haven't learned those yet. And Fat Unicorn, say butterflies in German. That's easy. Schmetterling! Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. And Mach says, mein Deutsch ist scheiße. Mine also, really. And Marauder says, as I used to say, and it's true, the Germans don't do anything halfway. Just ask France. Skywolf Alpha, how many languages do you know? Skywolf, you got here late because I answered that question about 2 hours ago, as I recall. Brighttail faux pas, the longest word you know and can spell. Well, Brighttail, that's cheating because I'm a chemist. I can throw out at you para-dimethylamino-benzaldehyde. Those are very, very long words, and I can spell all of them. And Black Cat says, okay, this is for Black Cat. Hey, Nicky the kitty, because that will make his day when he watches this. Cheers. Let's see. Aunt Kage is watching my stream. Oh, so let me straighten my tie. Hello, Aunt Kage. Very, very good to see you. And Joe Nickensis says supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, which means I have not had enough booze. Maxie Shepherd asks, I answered this question already. What do you want for Christmas? Just today. I want one day. One day when we stop killing each other. That's all I ask. Christine Christensen, can you say, look good, med food? No, I cannot. Rabbit Hyena, how does one volunteer at a con? You give me your soul. That's how it begins. Shell says, have you ever considered setting a Patreon goal for a new mic? I already bought a new mic. Are you telling me that my new mic is not good? I thought I got a good mic. Okay, sorry. Let's see. And Conor Patton, can you say anti-disestablishmentarianism? I don't think that's even a real word. I think somebody made that shit up. And Fat Unicorn says, was ist Ihre Lieblingsbirne? That's a personal question. I'm not going to answer that. Let's see. James Maloney, have you ever seen Telephone consume someone's soul? Of course I have. Telephone was here in my very own living room. When we had a Winestream, she was here, and a UPS man came, and I watched her eat his soul. It was astounding and kind of arousing at the same time. Mary B says, what are some of your news? Okay, I could swear I answered that question about 45 minutes ago. Let's see. Shell Music says, how many offers for drinks do you get per convention? Not enough. Oh, here's a good question. This is a very good question from Campy. Why do you think so many furries are LGBT? In other words, alternative. Well, Campy, are so many furries LGBT? Or are LGBT people attracted to our fandom because of our very, very well-known tolerance for people with alternative views? Or does our fandom reflect the actual breakdown of LGBT people in the populace? Because when they're among us, they don't feel they have to hide. Which is it? I don't know. Perhaps time will tell. Oh, Dark Fox Pirate sent me a bunch of little hearts. Isn't that sweet? Thank you, Dark Fox Pirate. Let's see. LRWS, a good thing to look back on in 2016. The stream with Kage, Telephone, Radio, and Fox More. That's very, very sweet of you. Let's look forward to 2017. I got Alkali scheduled to be out here. And I am looking forward to that because, God damn it, I love sharing the stage with that man. Why? Because he is brilliant. He's still here, isn't he? I ain't just sucking your dick. I'm serious, really. James Maloney says you'll buy all the drinks I want during the entire time I'm at FWA if you attend. I'm sorry, James. It's a wonderful offer, but I can't take you up on it. Let's see. What is one? Oh, this is from Brighttail Faux Pas. One experiment you did in your work that went horribly, horribly. Oh my God! Horribly, horribly, horribly wrong. Ether burns very fast. I think I did a story hour about that, didn't I? Ether catches fire literally at the drop of a hat, and I dropped my hat. I had an ether fire once in a facility that used to be a U.S. Army germ warfare facility, and apparently all of the old safeguards were still in place because when that fire erupted, all sorts of shit started happening. Not the least of which was a door that tried to close to seal me into the room. But that was Arkansas. What do you expect? People are stupid there. Kenko Anderson, who's the fattest fursuiter you've seen? That would have to be Macrocelli. Macrocelli is a tyrannosaur, a purple tyrannosaur, and my God, he is fat. Bruzo Draconius, can you do us a one-man Maniquoin challenge? I don't know what you are asking for. I'm sorry, I don't know what a Maniquoin is. Maxie Shepherd has asked an honest question. I will give an honest answer. Have you ever done drugs? Other than alcohol, Maxie, the answer is no. In my entire 51 years of life, I have never touched illegal drugs. I drank a lot, but I have never at any time tried marijuana, cocaine, heroin, ecstasy, you name it. It's not my scene. I got my scene right here. Boy, a bunch of stuff is going by on the screen here. Okay, apparently my mic is great, but when I sit at my couch with guests, I'm super quiet. Maybe I just want to give the guests a chance to speak. Alkali, in January, we need to explore this, okay? We'll make it work. Nitro Wolves, what about Viagra? Well, Nitro, I don't need Viagra. Anyway, let's move on, shall we? Avshutsach says, were you at Woodstock? I was. I was at Woodstock, Vermont from 1987 to 1991 because that is where the bird of prey that I worked with was. And Amber says, Uncle Kage is 1 year older than my mom. Thank you, Amber. That's very nice to know. Mock says, what's your favorite swear word? Wow. Swear words are very, very culturally dependent. The whole power of a swear word is its emphasis. It's you're putting this word out because it has power. So the best swear word is one that is unexpected in a given language. For example, if I'm in Australia, if I say the word cunt, it's like, yeah, whatever. They use cunt like we use bitch. Yep. In America, however, if I would use that word, it's very, very strong. So any swear word that you throw out that hits hard because, oh my God, he actually said that, is effective. I will defer to the great British musical comedians Flanders and Swan, Michael Flanders and Donald Swan from the 50s. You want a really, really good, powerful swear word in the English language? Here you go. Heave-ho, belly, bum, drawers. No one would expect it. Washo, I thought Uncle Kage was 26 years old. Stop kissing my ass, kid. You know that ain't true. Do poopin' poop. I believe that one guy meant mannequin challenge, where you stand absolutely still. I already did that back when the screen froze a while ago. That was my mannequin challenge. Oh, Striker Husky is saying good night from Arizona. Good night, Striker Husky. I hope to see you at Arizona FurCon. Shell Music FX. If furries had an event that was comparable to Burning Man, what would it be? We'd call it Anthrocon. Let's see. And Skywolf Alpha says, heave ho belly bum drawers. Because that's a Flanders and Swan song. Heave ho belly bum drawers. Old people know that. Toby Floof has to go to bed. Toby, go to bed. Sleep well. Thank you for coming tonight. Let's see. John Rara Avis, what about shisha? Have you ever smoked? No, I have never smoked, and I know nothing about shisha. Let's see. Da Reka, call someone a buffoon, it'll make their brain stop. Call somebody a retard, I don't like the term, but yes. They know how to respond, but buffoon? It's true. Call somebody a knave. Call somebody a bounder. Call somebody a rotter. They have no idea what you're talking about. And people are asking me to sing. What should I sing? You've all heard the Singaporean national anthem. I can't sing that stuff again because there's no Singaporeans here. People are talking about my sister is about to have a blackout from too much alcohol. Marius, put your sister to bed. Roll her on her side. She won't feel very, very good in the morning. Gangnam Style, the Aussie anthem. LRWS would like me to sing the Australian national anthem. Maybe I should. Okay, show of hands if you want me to sing the Australian national anthem. Let's see about that, shall we? Let me get the words up here. Blah, 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 blah. All right, going back to this stuff. The time warp, go. No, not yes. Hand, yes. Raises hand, sure. Pulls up. Raises paw. And Christmas song. All right. You people want me to sing? I'll sing the Australian national anthem. I don't have an Australian hat. I'm going to take this off for it. If you know the chorus, you have to join me. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Australia. Ready? Big Bonnie Fish became suddenly rich, got a big fancy house in Melbourne, with buckets of loot and big black leather boots, acting so haughty and well-born. But we of Australia are children of convicts, some of us wear it quite proudly. So as he rides by and is carried so fine, I wave and I call to him loudly. Was your grandma a whore? Was your grandpa a thief? Were they forgers and grafters who fell to their grief? If you're born of Australia, I know who you be. You're the son of a scoundrel like me. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the national anthem of Australia. Thank you very much. What? People are like, no. Well, that's true. That is the Australian national anthem. Well, I beg your pardon. People are telling me that that is not so. I have been to Australia. I have sung their national anthem, and that song really does pretty much define that country, doesn't it? Oh, people don't like it. They want a Christmas song. I don't know any Christmas songs. Oh, bugger. All right. Well, why not? Okay. I'm out of booze. Okay. That pretty much says that the stream must be coming to an end very, very shortly. Me and, Santa Thulu here are going to be going to bed soon. But there are some folks who pleaded with me to sing in German, so why not? And I apologize because my voice is not what it used to be, but why not? Santa Thulu here and I will give you a little bit of a chorus. These little jingle bells. Auf Deutsch. Stille Nacht, heilige Nacht, alles schlaft, einsam ward, nur das treute hochheilig Paar, o der Knab im locken Haar, schlafe in himmlischer Ruhe, schlaf in himmlischer Ruhe. All right, that should keep the bulk of you happy for a while, shouldn't it? Now, I could sing it, in like the old one's language, Cthulhu Flagin, Rülia Fleflach, but I ain't going to do that because, ladies and gentlemen, This portion of the Winestream, as a matter of fact, the entire Winestream, has been brought to you by Tani Darial's secret family recipe, Glühwein. But I have two wonderful thermoses which had 2 bottles of Glühwein in them, and both of them are empty, as is my mug. So I'm afraid to say that I have nothing more to drink, which means that I really have no impetus to continue this wine stream. Now, here's what I'm going to do. In this stream, I notice we have my dear friend and colleague, Alkali. Alkali, it's up to you. Apparently, these people want some real comedy, and they've been enduring this. What do you have to offer them? I want to see a link down there, my dear boy. Someplace I can send these people to so I can go to bed now knowing that they're in good hands. Go. I'm looking down here as Alkali frantically goes, we're looking for a link, my boy. Hello. I'm talking to you. I think he's still going. He's such a slow typist. It's those, thick sausage fingers of his. Well, I'm going to have to leave the gentleman to tell all of you where you can find more laughs this evening. And certainly you will. This is just the beginning of it. I am the opening act, if you will, on a night where the folks who know how to make you laugh are coming out of the woodwork. And believe me, Alkali really dwells in the woodwork. One could even say he is a canor. The canors come from the woodwork out, and some of you highly educated people know what I'm talking about. All right, here's the deal. I'm going to bed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave you in the very, very capable hands of Alkali Bismuth, who hopefully in this channel will tell you where to go to enjoy the rest of your evening. But as for me, my booze is exhausted, and well, quite frankly, I'm a little bit tired myself. I think it's time to go to bed. So the next time I see all of you, Christmas will be gone. St. Nicholas will have come and gone. Krampus will have taken away all of the shrieking children that he can devour. But I would like to wish all of you a very, very joyous holiday season, whichever you happen to prefer to celebrate. We will see all of you in the new year. And I think that I will reiterate almost flippantly the wish that I made, that let's make it real for now. Let's make this the actual wish for the new year. For just a little bit, maybe even for one night, if that's all it takes. Let's see if we can get through an evening without killing each other. I think that would make the world worth it, don't you? Merry Christmas, happy holidays, good night, and God bless.